What's going on, Overwatch fans? It's Achilles and Wolf here, and we're going to be diving into another day of OWCS Japan, and we're going to get some new faces. We have plenty of new faces here across the region, across the tournament, and I'm excited to see how it all shakes out.
Same. I'm glad to be back casting with you. It's been a while since we cast the OWCS Asia Finals.
Hot minute.
4 months almost it's been. Wolf and Achilles back together here for some Japanese Overwatch for you guys. My first Japanese cast, yours as well, of the season. We had a few games yesterday, and by a few I mean 15, because it did go the distance all 3 times.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen today. I also hope that, knock on some wood elements here, that it won't be any server explosion or anything like that. But no promises, but I'm telling you guys, I think that they've worked on the issue, and we probably won't be having any 10 players jumping out of the lobby or anything like that.
Yeah, we're going to keep our fingies crossed that doesn't happen, but yeah, we'll see. But of course, we're going to be taking a look and seeing some very new young faces in the first series, because in case people don't know, we have a team that qualified out of a high school tournament that's actually going to be competing.
Yeah, so there was a Sony tournament called Stage2, which was a high school competition, and that is where the final team was seeded. That will be shown in this list of how we get to where we go. But basically, otherwise, Japan Open qualified to OWCS Japan, plus that Stage2 series, which was the final team, the high school team. And this is all, of course, just pieces of the entirety of our tournament where we all commence in individual domestic finals for Korea, Japan, and Pacific. And then later on, we'll have that Asia finals in a few months' time. So just like Stage 1. And if you guys watched Stage 1, you saw the Stage 2 part of the graphic. You're like, I wonder when we'll get there. We're there now.
Yeah, we are here now. So, of course, everything will culminate into the Champions Series Asia. There's going to be a wild card before that. So any teams that don't quite make it through off their own playoffs, they will have a follow-up opportunity to still be able to compete against the other regions online and then potentially make their way over to LAN. And what would that even mean? You know, like, I'm trying to wrap my head around it. Like, if I was a high schooler and I had qualified into the big leagues for the first time, and then I also got to go to LAN and compete in Korea.
I feel like that would be the moment where your parents start to trust that, staying up late and practicing and scrimming with your team is worth it. We do have the same map pool here as we do in Korea, with the new map of Push, Runasapi, as well as basically everything else you've come to expect. I'm glad that King's Row is back, as well as Dorado. We've seen both maps already in Korea, so I'm just looking forward to it. Obviously, we still only have 2 Flashpoint maps, so those will stay the same.
Yep, so nothing too shocking. Of course, loser after control, which is selected by admin. Loser will just go on to select what map they want, as well as which side they're going to be starting on, as well as which map type is going to be picked. So we still have the fully unlocked system here as far as the maps are concerned. So people can go for, that maximum comfort, try to get some wins. And I'm curious to see what, what kind of maps are going to start getting favored here for the side of Japan. Got to see, I think, first look at Blizzard World yesterday. In Korea, we had a bit of Paraiso as well being favored by a couple of the teams. So some maps that we're not used to seeing as much were rearing their heads. But here's how everything shook out from the start yesterday. Varel, kind of unsurprisingly, still up near the top, but I think more surprisingly, it was a 5-mapper.
Yeah, it was a 5-mapper. It looked pretty close against NyamGaming, who's historically one of our weakest Japanese teams. Obviously, we have new rosters, but our first series is going to be the first game of both Telomere. It might be Telomere because it's Japanese, but we'll call them Telomere because the English stream over here, just to make it so it's less confusing for you guys. Versus Lazuli. Lazuli we haven't yet seen this season. And then we do have the fan club. We have NyamGaming. REVATI later on will play against Namekuji brothers. Nozzle is not in this tournament, unfortunately.
And I'm very sad.
We're all very sad. Namekuji brothers kind of split up. Jisoo keeping that team together. Kept the logo and all that, but it is not the same roster at all, so no more Roadhog. Did see a little bit of Roadhog action yesterday when I was flicking through the VODs, but we'll see if that ends up coming to pass today.
I would be surprised. I don't think we've seen any Roadhog in pretty much the other regions thus far. It's very much just been some more straight up meta play, a lot of flipping around of things like, that back and forth to the Malga, the Winston, Diva, etc. Roadhog has kind of been like the one tank that nobody touches. Even Orisa finding a lot more game time. But let's go ahead and take a look here, as we do have Telomere.
Yeah, this is the high school squad. Amateru and Sour 4 bringing up the DPS line. Pete is the tank player, and you can see Kinisaku and Shizuku will be the support players. So tougher names for us to say, I feel like, with Elite Speak coming in as well. But I'm looking forward to seeing how this squad is going to do. Obviously, massive underdogs. You can see in these heroes that they have listed or shown as their like favorite heroes to play. Mauga has been quite popular in Japan. Lazuli has a lot of pieces from some of the other teams. A lot of people might remember Shui.
Yep.
CC2, also of Namekuji brothers fame. Then you have Leonoptrix, who was a very good tank player last season with Godsim. And then Hidden and Nevis, a little bit lesser known to me in the support lineup.
I think we had Nevis around. Hidden. Would have to take a look back and see which, the previous teams that they have been on. But for the most part, it's going to be a very familiar squad coming together here on Lazuli to see what kind of damage they can deal. And I mean, let's be frank, we're coming into this one. These guys have been competing for a while. They're going up against some high schoolers. We're kind of anticipating that this could end up being a one-sided series. But if it's not, then that's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, it certainly will be. Some of the players on the high school squad, Telomere, saying they just want to get like 1 point on control, 1 bar on escort, but for the most part, like the comments coming through, because everyone else in our like data sheets they give us have like their reputation, their experience, like some of their accolades, and since all of these high school players haven't really competed in a tournament like this, they're just looking forward to grow from the experience. Lijiang Tower will be our starting map, so we could definitely see some Mauga here, especially on Control Tower. Definitely a very popular pick in Japan, along with Junker Queen. We're seeing mostly just Winston in Korea at the moment, with some Sigma sprinkled in. Orisa's still popular in Japan, but less so, I'd say, than the Junker Queen and the Mauga.
Yeah, I'm curious if, what the flexibility is going to be looking like here for the side of Telomere. How deep are these hero pools going to be? Do they have some things that they can rely on if they need to flip around here against Lazuli? We're about to find out because the upset button has been hit. So we are ready to jump into our opening round of Lijiang Tower. Let's see which sub-map we have. And that might paint the picture a little bit more. So Night Market to start things off. Leonoptrix already hovering their eye.
So if you guys watched Namekuji Brothers last season, you'll know that CC2 was the Hanzo guy. But he also played occasionally Pharah. Like every now and then they'd pull the Pharah out. It's a Pharah meta right now, not pocketed really. And it is going to be the Hanzo for this guy. Once again, Leonoptrix on the Diva. So some things never change. Yeah, you can take Nozzle out of Namekuji Brothers, but you put CC2 in this roster, he's still going to Hanzo one trick.
Alrighty, well, does have that Tracer there alongside him, but the initial pressure on Leonoptrix to really try to contain Amataro here, who's going to be on that Echo, but also who's going to be falling low. He'll streaming across. Nisaku able to try to keep him alive for a little bit longer, but Shui going to find the better of Sour Force, and that is going to be the opening kill going the way of Lazuli as the point gets ready to unlock. And Shui is just in their back line. Just playing up towards the dropship, and Amataro will not be able to escape.
Pretty easy first cap here to go over to Lazuli with that initial pick on the Sour 4. Amadou on the edge there also picked off and caught on the run back here. Looks like Sour 4 just headshot on the return. Not ideal.
Okay, not what you want to be saying here. Sour 4 going to be quite further behind in terms of that ult charge. You can see Shui still dealing some damage, still poking and prodding forward. Already going to be up to 70%. Sour 4 down here at around 40. Quite a bit of a reveal here off that recon as it jump back and going to get Asako taken down. CC2, Leonoptrix is going to be taking quite a bit of damage as Shui will pop the recall. Just managed to keep himself alive, gets the dip there on the Sour 4, taking him down. And Leonoptrix will be eliminated here as they were able to break the mech, but ultimately it is still going to very much be a one-sided fight.
At least they got that elim. I think that's the only elim, unfortunately, they've had so far. There's now a bit of a camp going on here by Lazuli, stopping them from getting out of spawn. We'll need to kite back now, though, with these respawns coming through. The Nano Boost is going to be a huge tool here Telomere can use to potentially get this Winston onto the point. He's so far away from a Primal Rage, though.
All right, let's see. Well, they just have to pull the trigger on this one as there's going to be an anti on the 2. Amataro going to be taken down as Leonoptrix pushing forward off the back of the Tsune Rush. He's able to find him with the missiles. Or will similarly fall. He's going to be eliminated there. CC2 is able to clean it up, and it's going to be, one ult invested. Team fight victory. Lazuli, though, nearly up to 100, already at 70% now.
We do have the Dragon Strike at the ready here. With the Sonic Arrow, yeah. Should be a great way to delay them on this approach. Only 20% left here.
There it is. Yeah, it does cut off the Ana here for a moment. Now that the segregation does come through here onto these players, the pickoffs can come in. Albataro Misaku going to be taken out. Suzuku, sorry. Similarly going to fall. PP is able to find one as Nevis is going to be taken down, but time is ticking away. That primal, that delay tactic that you would love to have here to try to extend this round is not there, and nor is Sour 4. Just cannot make his way over towards the point. The Echo's going to try to go for the touch, and Albataro will be able to find it, but in death. As he will fall. Doomfist for the swap, but the body block comes in. They push him back, and that's going to be 100-0 to start things off here from Lazuli.
Gameplay here from Lazuli. The Dragon Strike did some great zoning. They split the team in half, as you mentioned, and it's just really tough to play that one out. I think they definitely should have attempted to go for a Hail Mary Nanu. Nanu?
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 I think our audience is way too young to get the reference.
I think that there's an angle as well, potentially, to where they could have nanoed Amateru when he was purpled in that like third fight to keep him alive, to try to push through, and then maybe get that Winston to a position where we could see that Pete Primal finally come through, but just being a little bit too timid to ult. So we'll see a swap here to Ramatra versus Sigma on the side of Lazuli. Would have thought they'd either match the Ramatra or go Mauga here. Fan Preds are doing him dirty.
Oh, come on, guys, no. I'm just going to be straight up. I'm cheering for Telomere. I want to see these guys have some success.
Same. Love to see these young players find that success early on. As Sui is on this venture, threatening.
Immediate cleanup going to be coming through. Hit him with that opening headshot. Here at Tower 4. Drill dash forward. Shui going to be able to find a second. Suzuku will be taken down, and everybody now is just corralled into the corner. This is going to be easy pickings. First lock of the point, going Lazuli's way once more.
I don't really like Lazuli's comp in isolation because it has some elements of dive, some elements of poke, but it also has the ability to burst down a Ramatra pretty easily, so I think positioning for Pete is going to be pretty important here, as if they get into the back line, as you can see, Hinisaku is going to really struggle. They are pushed away here.
Yeah, I mean, you can get the Ramatra in on top of the Sigma. It's in a good spot. You have this kind of, this wall composition coming through, but you need to be able to do that. Here on the entryway. Okay, Shui going to be taken down. Now the 6 HP Pete there with a melee hit, able to find the final blow. Leonoptrix will fall. CC2 only able to offer one kill back here, as Emataru will be taken down, but Misaku also going to fall, so fight not over quite just yet, but Lazuli should be losing control here of this point, but Hidden able to fight back on a 1. Sour 4 going to be taken down. Nevis traded out. Point can now come in as they look for the flip. Hidden is still just up here onto this high ground. Finds a headshot, and that flip is still not confirmed quite yet here for the side of Telomere. Now with PP being taken down, it looks like the Lazuli is just going to be able to hold.
They get their first team fight win of the series, but unfortunately aren't able to get the flip, just not able to clean up those kills. Pete just struggling against the range of that Ilari. Ends up taking his teammate out there. He does have the Annihilation for this next approach, but also Dragon Strike can really help zone, just as we saw on Night Market.
Here comes the start.
Yep.
Pickup coming through, drop down. There's the Dragon Strike lobbed in. It's CC2. Able to collect both DPS players immediately. They're out on the Immortality field. The knockdown onto Pete. He'll get cleaned up. Shui finds one with the drill dash. No escape going to be found. It's a team kill coming through, and Lazuli now pushed back 80%.
Let's see if Lazuli want to just ult towards the spawn here and try to prevent the touch, or if they're going to just fight back, as, yikes. That's a Blizzard gone.
Yeah,
they have ults, but they just can't get to the point.
I mean, yeah, he's so close to having it. Shui is now just diving into the back line with his own ultimate. We'll just go ahead and pop the bird and get himself out towards safety. Gets a knock up here, interrupting the approach. Just trying to stop them from being able to get the touch, and it looks like they're going to be able to do just that. No. Okay, we do have a quick little contest there from Sour 4, but quick is the operative word as the cleanup comes in, and that is going to be back-to-back 100 zeros as Lazuli will go ahead and get the win on Lijiang.
Yeah, very straightforward win 2-0 here on Lijiang, but there were some moments, right? There were some elements there for Telomere, but unfortunately still just don't have the experience just yet. I feel like holding on to their ultimates a little bit too long, having opportunities to use them a little bit earlier. In the second round especially, though, like they were just so far behind that by the time the sound barrier's out, they're like, we're getting spawn cap, I got to get the sound barrier up to try to get out of spawn, to try to get somebody into the doorway. And yeah, it was just a good play on the other side from Lazuli. As you can see, we got drops back, by the way. I know everyone was stressed out last week. Where's my drops? Well, they're back, so you got your drops now. And icons and all that stuff. Yeah, it's all cool down there. So, until August 29th, so get them now.
Yeah, I'd say you've got a good amount of time. So get your drops and watch the broadcast which you're already doing. So just keep doing what you're doing is basically what we're saying.
I know all the people who got the contenders drops and got the contenders sprays and all that stuff are like, I'm glad I got all that stuff. Didn't miss it. I was there for that moment in Overwatch history. You guys could be the ones who are here for the OWCS drops and those moments in history. That 2024 logo. If you go and get it now and it's 2025, no one can have it. You're going to be like, I got the 2024. And I was like, where did I get that? I don't know. You weren't there in 2024.
Yeah.
So you can't get it.
So don't miss out. Don't be foolish.
No.
As, I think we're just going to be waiting to see what the map pick ends up being here. I'm really curious. I mean, because obviously we don't really know much about Telomere.
Yeah.
We're playing in a tournament over in Japan. It's our first time seeing these players. And I'm just wondering, what are they going to be favoring? What do they think is going to be the best chance for success?
They did mention, I mentioned one of the players, I think it was Sour 4, saying they just want to get one map of control, and then they said, or one bar on escort. So maybe escort, try for the control, maybe go to escort.
Sure.
I think push is going to be one of those map types that you probably want to avoid if you think you're going to get stomped in the series, because that could be very demoralizing if you're just kind of getting completely rolled on that map type and you can't ever get momentum back. I think that's one that, if I were thinking about like my headspace after losing 2-0 on control like that, I'd be like, maybe we don't do push. Maybe we're not quite ready for that. Because I feel like that push is one of the maps that challenges your coordination and on-the-fly decision-making more than any other map type. Because every other map, you can kind of have a plan. You're going to like A, defense on hybrid. You know exactly how you want to set that up. And sure, the initial fight on push looks like that, but the rest of the map is completely like freestyle. You have to really be thinking fast.
Yeah. So I'm guessing that's I think your assessment here is probably quite
before
apt.
They just take us to Coliseum. I'm like, oh no.
Hey, if they think that that's going to be the best chance, then by all means they could go for it. I'm curious if they maybe like Flashpoint. I mean, we know that they do like to play. Malga, tank player favorite is Malga. So maybe they try to go for something like a Suravasa where they can maybe rely on Malga a little bit more.
I feel like Leonoptrix's best pick has been the Junker Queen, though, and he loves to play it when we do go to Flashpoint. So that would maybe, if they did their research, they'd be like, ooh, I don't want to deal with that. I feel like Leonoptrix to me has been one of those players that I think is super underrated in Japan and has a really cool Junker Queen. So selfishly, I'd like to see it. We've seen a lot of Junker Queen already. It's just super popular because of the ante in Japan and how much that can actually swing team fights, because they love their dive, they love going in, and if you can end up getting 2-3 purples, sometimes that's just enough to win you the team fight. We will have to see. Time will tell, however. As, going into a series like this, too, if you're a high school team, you don't really have a coach. You're probably not necessarily going. The second that game's over, the admins are like, yo, so what map is it? They're like, guys, what map? I forgot we have to do this.
What do we do? Yeah. But, look, I mean, the main thing that we've been seeing from, what these players have said is that they're just very much excited for the opportunity. And they want to take this as, a learning experience. And I think that's pretty much the healthiest way that you could do it. Because, I mean, look, I can think back to me being younger. And I think, most people who have siblings out there will have also had this experience. Your older brother, older sister, whatever it is, beating the crap out of you at whatever game you're playing. Smash Brothers, boom, can't get a stock off them.
Yeah, Mario Kart, you're trying to get top 4, struggling. You keep retiring.
But we went on that grind and we kept playing and struggling versus our older foes. Yeah. And then suddenly we became cracked gamers. At least I did. I'm a god of everything that I do. But
for me, it was like I was the older brother, so my sister was the one this was happening to. But then my uncle, or my older cousins would come over, or my mom's friends.
Somebody else in the family.
Yeah, somebody was always bodying me, when I was young. Like somebody was GoldenEye, I'm like, oh man, this guy keeps headshotting me on Temple and taking me out. I don't know where he is. I can't use the radar properly because I'm so young. I could read some of the stuff that the players have said. I mentioned already Sour 4 saying, I want to get 1 point on control, 1 bar on escort. Amateru saying, this is an incredibly valuable experience at the highest level of competition, so I'll make sure to absorb the experience. Pete saying, we'll try our best. Please keep an eye on us. Hinisaku saying, we may not be favored to win, but we might want to absorb the experience. And then Shizuku saying, we'll make sure to get the weave. I don't know what that means, but...
The weave?
Yeah, that's what it says. We'll make sure to get the weave. Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, maybe that's what they're getting right now before they pick the map.
They're getting the weave. Because my brain goes to Life Weaver. Like, maybe they're going to play Life Weaver, but you don't get that. You have it already.
Yeah,
and you can do it at any time. Could be a mistranslation.
Yeah. There's too much kanji in here for me to have any idea. But
yeah, and I am of zero assistance whatsoever. We do have a player swap happening, so that's why this is taking a little bit longer. So we're doing a little substitution and then also getting the map pick settled. So a little bit longer.
Could be Hidden coming in for CC2, or it could be Godsum coming in for Leonoptrix, or it could also be a support swap. Kiru played a lot in and out when they were playing last season, so I guess that could be what it is.
It could be a multitude of things. I mean, if it's going to be Hidden, he'd be swapping over roles because we just saw him on support, which is like kind of the main thing. But he was playing the Alari, so maybe they would just be pivoting him in for CC2 and then doing the support swap from there. I don't really know. We don't have the answers. We're just sat here waiting, alongside all of you.
Just for some history stuff, because I have all this information in front of me, which I don't always have. Like gave us some really detailed information this time around. I could share some stuff with you guys.
By all means.
So CC2 obviously was on Namekuji Brothers. He was also on Arise Project, or Arise, previous to that. Leonoptrix was the Insomnia guy. I'm kind of not so secretly a little bit of an Insomnia fan. I really enjoyed their gameplay last season. I thought they had some really cool runs. I love Undersea. But Shui, I was like, I know this guy. We cast him before. He's a Korean player. He was on WGS Phoenix. That's like a real throwback. Like I like see that name down here. I'm like, whoa, that's really, really old. But yeah, I'm glad to see him back. We have a lot of Korean...
Has he not played anything since then? I feel like we had Shui in Stage 1.
He played on teams called ODH and ODT. I'm not familiar with those teams. I can look up his page.
I could have sworn that we had actually covered Shui this year, but maybe...
It seemed like that was the case, but then I was like, I can't remember him exactly. I almost had a feeling he was like on a runaway roster, but then that roster didn't qualify for a tournament or something like that. I will find out. I'm using technology. Yesterday they talked about hedgehogs and stuff to fill. I'm trying to,
Minsong has one.
Yeah, Minsong's got a...
Unknown, sorry.
Well, he's both,
I just doxed his real
He's
name.
no longer unknown. He's very known now. All right. I found ODH, which was a South Korean team, but I'm trying to find...
Definitely don't recognize that logo.
It's hidden in for CC2, so that was one of the expectations we had.
There we go.
Why is he not showing up here? Did he change his name at some point? Maybe that's why. All right. No, not Schmidt. I hate autocorrect.
Good old autocorrect on Liquipedia.
Stop it.
I was going to say, I was curious if there was actually a result because I don't remember there ever being a pro in Overwatch named Schmidt.
He was also known as Imp.
As Imp.
He played on Runaway. Okay, I was right. He played on Runaway in 2019.
Okay.
In the NetEase tournament.
Oh, and was on Spitfire.
That's right. Yeah, he was on Spitfire. I think he was a sub.
Okay.
I think he was a sub at that point.
Okay. Yep, we do have Godsum coming in as well. So Leonoptrix is going to be stepping away. It seems like maybe not going to be no Junker Queen quite just yet.
Yeah, Godsum more known for Winston and Diva, at least last season. So, I think played very little because he was a sub, but just a little bit.
Might mean that we're going for a Winston map then, because Leonoptrix also does. I mean, he says that Diva is his favorite. Maybe he just could also be like, well, his Diva's slightly better than mine. Maybe that's also the case. Could just be admitting like, yeah, you got me in that regard.
So it feels like it's probably not going to be Flashpoint. Like if it's a Winston coming in. I mean, you can play it. Obviously, in Korea, Winston, every map's a Winston map. But in Japan, a little bit less common. Feels like a hybrid situation, maybe, because he also plays some Sigma. Heroes in.
So, yeah, we had that other little swap around, given that Hidden was going to be pivoting from support over into DPS. So then Keter's going to be coming through to replace the support slot. So I think that should be... there's no other substitutions available for the...
I don't think so.
For the other teams. So, so Telomere don't have any subs. So I think that should be everything. Also, I see you, Hex. You know that we can't start the game. You know we don't have that power.
I mean, I keep pressing the game start button, but it's just not working right now.
The only buttons I have in front of me just change what's on the monitor.
Yeah.
No one can see what I'm doing, so I don't know why I'm still doing it.
I have a button right here that says game start, but it doesn't work because unfortunately that right has been reserved for dubstep guy, dubstep button presser.
True.
He's the only one who can start the game, so we're all just waiting on him realistically, yeah, and the players to get in the lobby. He's waiting on them. Then once they're in, then he can press the button, and then we can go.
Yeah.
That's kind of the way things work. I know the dubstep button presser lore is like rising up recently. No one knows what he looks like. No one knows where he is. But
Never seen him. Never seen him in my life. I mean, or I have, but I just would never realize.
Unknown did tell me that he has like a special encasing for the button that he like opens up before he presses the button.
Oh, does he have to like turn a key?
Yeah, he probably does.
It's like a nuclear launch. Like you have to input the code, turn the keys, and then hit the button simultaneously.
Yeah, he has to sync up with a North American no music button presser, like because they don't have music when they go into the game, so he has to like sync up with it, but turn the key at the same time,
and then solve a Rubik's cube.
Yeah. The North American
place that in.
North American Overwatch, when they go into the game, they press the button and it makes a sound that the only like low bronze can hear. Sarabasa is the map. It is Flashpoint. We're wrong about everything. I don't know, Achilles.
Well, I mean, this could just point to. I mean, you mentioned it. I mean, Winston Dia, two picks that do get plenty of play, and if Godsim is going to be able to flex back and forth between those two, could just be the case. But it could also be the Malga getting ready to come through here on the opposite side.
I wouldn't be surprised if Lazuli have a fun comp prepared as well, considering how favored they are. As we are back.
Oh, we didn't hit the dubstep button.
He's still working on it.
Yep.
But I when you go against a team like the high school squad that we have here, sometimes
I'm being told we're going to take a quick little break. So we're going to do that, and then we'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Hello, we're back. You can see us, we can't see you, but that's okay. But hopefully, we're going to be seeing some gameplay here soon. There's a bit of an issue, a mix-up somewhere. I don't know. We don't really know what's going on. Either way, everything should hopefully be fine, and then we should be able to get things underway again.
The only thing that we know is that there was a issue with the substitution of some kind regarding the roster. Everything seems fine from what I can see in terms of the official rosters.
Yep.
We have seen a ton of Japanese players role swap between support and DPS. Happens all the time. That's not against the rules. But, you know, I think maybe just verifying something. Look, we have seen some crazy stuff in the online tournaments in the past with, you know, people, you know, unable to log in, whatever. But anyways,
hey!
I think we're ready.
The upset button's been hit, and Leonoptrix is back in. So I guess that might be the issue.
Maybe Godsum couldn't actually log.
Yeah, we might have had an issue trying to get Godsum into the game then.
This could also be a graphics issue he might be in. We'll find out in a moment.
It's very true because I think Leonoptrix's thing is usually Diva as far as his favorite.
Yeah.
I don't know. We're all we're flying in the dark just like you guys, so we're just gonna go and vibe. We're just chill and keep talking.
Yeah.
As we're paid to do.
Yeah, that's what we're paid to do. I feel like, again, Telomere definitely just need to be a little bit more aggressive with their ults. It is Godsum in. Okay. So Shui hidden, Kiro Nevis, Godsum. On the other side, things staying the same. Hinasaku, Shizuku in Telomere's roster. It is Flashpoint, as we discussed how we probably wouldn't see it because it's really what Lazuli is good at. And Godsum is just going to hover the Mauga, so that's quite interesting. As, you know, they subbed out Leonoptrix, who's one of the best Japanese Junker Queens on this map. So just kind of maybe taking a chance to get some more experience themselves against Telomere, who's a weaker team.
I mean, it could basically be any given reason, just given the disparity that we saw on the opening map. But let's take a look here and see how Telomere do fare going into this one. Amatero is still going to be there on that May. PP comes back through with this Ramatra. Godsum will be sticking with the Malga. So let's see how they fare as the neutral fight gets ready to come through. Lazuli inside track here on the point, and we start the poke abroad.
Yeah, Amatero needs to get onto the point. He can do a little bit of poke, obviously, but getting onto the point is ideal with this Ramatra composition there to shut out at the moment. Oh boy.
Oh boy, yeah. Shui able to find an unburrowed kill. Not something that we see every day there. As Suzuka does get taken down. One trade back out comes through. His PP is able to get rid of Kiru, but ultimately will fall. Point now unlocked, and Lazuli will be first to go ahead and get the grab on this one as Sour 4 gets a little bit staggered.
Yeah, I mean, silver lining, getting the Lucio does slow down his charge, but as you can see, it's only about 8% the difference. Sour is going to swap over to Genji here, so Genji May, I guess the old Lunatic High days. And they will, again, try to close the gap with Speed Boost to the point. Kiru has rejoined, of course, because he is Lucio as well. Hidden, just getting some information as Godsum goes in.
Goes forward, Immortality Field going to be cleared out. Godsum able to find Suzuka. Sour 4 going to be taken down here. Shui been looking damn good here on the venture. Putting up a couple kills, hidden might fall, but no. He'll start streaming across. They're able to keep him alive. And that is going to be the team kill coming through. Another swap going to be coming through. So, yep, flash the graphic. Suzuka going to be moving over on to this Kiriko as well.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad pick by any means. Really strong before getting this May of Blizzard. If they could just protect her, put that healing in, and just sit on the point, and even cleanse. But again, tough to close the gap.
Okay, that was a really aggressive team before that from Nevis, but now you have the old invest in some consideration coming through. Hidden already, just going for the dupe here. Punching like a mad lad, looking for some targets, trying to build up towards that annihilation. He might not be able to find it because I think he's going to run out of targets here before he can really get the ult online. It does go across for a brief little bit, and that will be the dupe expiring. That's going to be another team kill. Quick fly the graphic. And, yeah, first point has been locked down by Lazuli, who now also have the inside track over onto the second one. Telomere still waiting for that respawn equipment.
High-value barrier, but they couldn't get any picks in the interim. Amatero needs to use a Blizzard on this fight. Flashpoint's not up for 15, so they have another opportunity to come in here and contest the neutral, but now Kiru is going to have his own barrier, and they do have this cage as well.
Yeah, that's the cage coming in. They try to wall him off and try to lock him in. Godsum taking a bit of damage, but now sound barrier available. Looks like they're going to opt to, okay, they send it in late. Maybe Kira just wasn't in position to try to find it, the value there. Fuel dash from Shui going to be good for one, but the annihilation from Pete. Pete will clean up the others, and it looks like Telomere going to be getting their first team fight victory of the set, and that should be them getting the first percentage of any kind of any kind, I should say, here, as they go ahead and lock down the second point.
All right, finally getting some ticks through here, or at least some percentages, as you say. Nice wall there, really good punish onto Godsum's ultimate. I think going in for the cage that far away from his team into a Mei comp was very risky, and then both the Mei ultimate, the Blizzard, and the Annihilation really helping to bleed the rest of the team out. Was Sour.
Dead mid dash. Corpse just goes flying. Taken down, solid opening kill from Hidden, who just already has another duplicate available. So many crits pushing forward. Take down Pete. Misaku just forced to die, has to hold on to the ultimates. The flip is in. 43% built up here for the side of Telomere, but a chance to catch up and maybe take the lead here for Lazuli.
Telomere definitely have the tools to actually win this fight with the Dragon Blade coming through. They actually swap off of the Blizzard that was so close for Amatero. I think it was sitting like 60%, but either way, here we go.
I think being able to get the hinder here off the flashbangs is going to be pretty high value. Beat going to be coming through. So they rush out from them as on the opposite side to try to sustain them through, and now Hidden will find Amatero taking down the cast there with the sticky Sour 4. And the rest of the team going to fall to the wayside as the lead has been gained. The team kill comes through. We'll fly the graphic again. And Lazuli are now in pole position to be able to move up the map point.
I mean, this is one of those rare matches you get to see in a pro league where the difference in skill is so high that it doesn't matter what ult economy is. Lazuli are just so much a stronger team as Dupe.
Okay, Dupe comes out. Hisaku nearly got clipped there. Shots across, Hidden able to find Amatero on the opposite side. Now Deadeye ready to go. Pops it immediately, seeking target. TP will take him just barely out to safety, but the chase continues forward. Rolls up, sticky bombs across, the beam comes in, and that's going to be the cleanup found here as the second point has been capped.
Yeah, and I like the duplicate there, used defensively, but then turning into a ton of damage. Deadeye going to be somewhat low value, but they knew the deflect was down, so pretty safe to just toss that one out. And now Lazuli 2-0 here actually have the fast track to this next flashpoint. 20 seconds until that one unlocks. Pete will be able to compete with his opponent's cage here. The sound barrier is a big problem for them. Not to mention just the other issues we've been having in terms of constantly getting picked. As we do see Sour 4 swapping over to Pharah here. They're risky.
It is, given that you're playing into Hidden here on this Echo already. Cage fight gets dropped in. Sour 4 going to be the first to fall. Just can't get away. They will go ahead and clear out the cage. Just committed as well as their own cage fight and the Deadeye. But it's just going to be the cleanup coming in. He'd be able to find Godsum. Amatero will get Kiru, but cap here on the potentially final flashpoint is going to be going the way of Lazuli.
Shui is sitting on a 15 kill streak. That's something you see in solo queue, but you don't see in pro all too often.
He's kind of pounding.
Yeah, he is kind of popping off, and unfortunately the Sour 4 on the Pharah, very exposed, you know, with the coordination we're seeing here for Telomere and the execution from Hidden just too much. We see a rush in return now.
See a rush there. They just run them down. The push forward got some taken low. Quick cleanse, but sustained. Sour 4 is able to find that kill. Shui, however, going into the back lines. TP away. Suzuku tries to stay elusive here, play away from that venture, and Shui will eventually fall. Solid cleanup coming in as Flip is going to be there. Telomere now in control.
Yeah, looks like Lazuli not wanting to commit any further after they were unable to save Godsum with the duplicate. And Hidden can now try to steal, basically go double Malga on this fight. I think that's probably the way to go. Yeah, you have so much damage output here. It's only 51% that they are at. So, I mean...
Back cap
yeah.
From Hidden.
Yeah.
He's just going to die.
I was going to say, like, a fight alone isn't enough here. You probably need to defend one more time. But now, they're going to find themselves behind in percentage.
Yeah, this is going to be the lead gain here from the side of Telomere. Some really nice kills coming through as Hidden just trying to go for a cheeky back cap as an Echo. I mean, I could see it if you're able to pop the dupe right as the rest of the team comes swooping through, but they just weren't in position in time. I think he was at too far of a range to actually be able to get the duplicate off, so it ends up being potentially costly as Telomere just 20% away from being able to get this cap. Sour 4 just trying to stay hidden. Barrage at the ready.
Yeah, this could be massive.
Misaku going to be taken down. This is possible to find it. Barrage going to be opened up, and the focus fire is there. Hidden, able to take him down. Nevis does get traded out though, but now the fight gets opened up. Duke comes through. PvP just going to try to run his way back into the point. Does manage to do so. Keep the contested here for the time being, but it's all on his lonesome. So the kill comes across. That's going to be Lazuli. Still with an opportunity to close out this map right here now.
Yep, Hidden dupe is going to expire here. Soundbearer in defense. Sour4 going to stick with his Pharah even without his barrage. Trying to offer some poke damage here, but look at how low he gets. And if he gets caught by Hidden, he'll just get beamed down. Does pick up the health pack, so we'll be fine for the moment. But they need more than just survival. You're going to need to get an angle onto the point.
Zara reached by the stickies as soon as he swings around the corner. Staying going to be found. Cage fight going to be dropped here on both sides. Deadeye rolling from the side of Amatiano, but Pete already eliminated, and no one can get to the point. The cage fights just keep everybody locked off the spot. And that is going to be Lazuli claiming the victory, as I have to get this thing in my ear, and I was a bit too late to do it.
It's okay. We are 2-0 here.
That's a left ear one, not a right one, but we're going to go with it. Screw it all.
Put that earbud in.
All right, let me actually get the correct one here.
While he's doing that, I think that was definitely a measured improvement over what we saw in Control. Still a little bit rocky, still a bit rough around the edges, but winning some team fights, getting that cap, taking a flashpoint. I mean, these are big steps forward. I think playing a composition they looked a little bit more comfortable with. The Pharah I didn't like as much as everything else they were doing, but they were ulting together, moving forward with those sound barriers, a little bit less afraid to ult. So definitely measured small improvements from map to map, but ultimately it still is a 3-0. So 2-0 to 3-0. And we'll see what they have in store for us for a third and potentially final map.
Yep, final map pick going to be available here to this squad. So we'll see where they opt to go, what the game plan is going to look like here for them. I'm thinking, like, granted, I mean, I wasn't necessarily anticipating the flashpoint either, so maybe they do go for push, but I think that we're probably going to see Escort.
Yeah, Escort I think is probably where I'd expect them to take us. Maybe something like Dorado could be the game plan. Try to operate on high ground, poke with the Pharah. That could be the safe bet moving forward here. It's tough to say what goes through your mind when you're a team who doesn't have a ton of experience, right? A team that is kind of trying to gather together and make the best of this opportunity you've been given. But we might be taking a break.
I think we are. We'll go ahead and replay some of these highlights here from the first two maps, and then I believe we will be right back with map number 3. We are back, and it's time to go into what could end up being the third and final map, and it's looking kind of likely. This has just been a bit of a brutal run so far here in the opening series for our young high school upstarts, but we do have another swap, as it's going to be Godsum stepping out, Leonoptrix coming back in, which doesn't really tell us much as far as like what to expect, but Leonoptrix, I mean, fairly flexible player, can kind of play whatever is really needed.
Yeah, I feel like we were kind of getting into it a little bit in game 2, but ultimately maybe it's just trying to give these players some more warm up and some more play time, since the matchup is obviously massively in your favor. So that's what I was leading into before we went into game 2. Is like maybe they do something fun, like maybe they play kind of a weird comp because they feel like they can get away with it. As long as you see that, but they're being respectful. And in Japanese Overwatch, even teams like Feral, when they were massively favored against like Nyam, they don't really troll. They don't really like play Bastion or have fun. You know, Falcons might do that a little bit. You know, they might have a little bit of fun. They might do a little wild card gaming. But yeah, not to be. So it wasn't wild card, but like 3rd, 4th place and all that. The seeding tournament.
Oh, we have Sakame coming in as well. So Nevis is going to be stepping out.
Yeah.
So a couple of additional changes here, but looks like we should be pretty much on track to go ahead and get into the game here soon. See if there's a third and final one. Does Hidden swap around again? Do we see CC2 come back through?
We will have to wait and see. I'd love to see some more Hanzos. Dragon Strikes were fun. When you see double kill on Dragon Strike in a pro tournament, you're like, well, that's not normal. That's exciting.
Yeah, without a grav to lock him in place.
Yeah, just tossing it through the wall because your spawn camp feels bad, guys. Like, I feel like we obviously have given the context of the skill disparity between these two teams, and I'm not speaking ill of our...
Oh, it is push.
Oh, okay, and it's Runasapi.
Okay, so Runasapi, this was, I mean, one that we were seeing favored quite a bit as of late, so I'm curious to see what the look is going to be.
I think, you know, it's almost guaranteed. Like normal when you play push, you get 10-ish minutes of gameplay. You know, usually 10 minutes, the full 10. So maybe a little bit of extra experience could be gained here. I don't know if anyone's really scrimming this roster right now. Obviously, they're scrimming with their high school, you know, counterparts when they're playing in the high school league.
Yeah,
they're a team that's been together for a while. Obviously, they won the high school tournament, so that's pretty competitive in itself. But maybe they're hoping they're going to get some extra gameplay here. That will, of course, require them to prevent the full capture.
That it will, but there we go. Buttons pushed. We're getting into game. Let's see, Telomere are going to be able to pull out a victory here for themselves. If it is just going to be a 3-0 to start things off here on the evening from Lazuli. It was full 5 sets yesterday. 15 maps played, but looks like Lazuli are looking to make our evening a little bit faster. As we will get into this and start figuring out what the comps are going to look like. Pete looking like he's going to be sticking there with that Malga.
Yeah, Sour 4 back to the Pharah, which I feel like will make a little bit more sense on the start of this map. We'll see if he sticks with it if they lose the first fight. Can be somewhat momentum-based. Is Hidden.
There's no way. There's not even like an opening shot you can go for. Okay, we are playing push with Widow.
He's having fun, Achilleos. I alluded to it twice, and then this time he's actually going to do it.
We get our first Sojourn. At least I feel like it's the first Sojourn. I didn't get to see everything yesterday, but
I didn't see any yesterday. I didn't see any in Korea, really.
This is a pick that we have not really been seeing. So yeah, maybe let's really looking to have a little bit of silly time.
Yeah, I mean, it's very good into Pharah. I can tell you that.
Well, there you go. Sour 4 going to be taken down. Hidden able to find that first kill. Spots out the Lucio, but to go for the jump shot. Line of sight, widely being denied. That shot absolutely would have killed him. Terrace would look to be alive before the moment, but now everybody going to be rerouted. Disruptor shot going to be sent. There's the rail. Shui taking down Amataro. Swaps immediately going to be coming through as Sour 4 moves back over onto the Genji. And then cleanup will come in.
Big bio nade there. I think it was really the determining factor, but it was nice to see at the end nice cleanup kills coming through. Sour 4 will swap to Genji and show that deflection is pretty good into these long-range hit scans. But unfortunately, it is going to be on cooldown for a moment here. Is getting the Genji into position to actually build that Dragon Blade is not a given on this map, as we're already 35 meters here, the robot. And down he goes.
And can find the headshot, maybe baiting out that follow-up deflect. Either way, Telomere down a player as the bot gets closer and closer to the checkpoint. Lucio wall riding as Hinasaku has to tuck back. Keeps himself alive for now. Does have the lead. Both of the supports do have the lead here as far as the ult charge is concerned on the side of Telomere. Sakame starting to catch up, but it's widely because Lazuli haven't really been taking damage. So haven't had much to do.
Yeah, this is looking
Oh,
pretty rough.
big anti. Hit him with a headshot. Gets rid of the cast. Sleep here on a Pete Peterson, tries to play forward, but checkpoint already been obtained here for Lazuli.
Pete,
Overrun. Oh, no, not able to get out of that one. And, yep, that's just going to be the bot continuing on its merry way.
Yeah, not really able to get much of a delay there.
Sour 4 back to
Unfortunately,
Farah.
we have the war chest nearly completed here of the Big 5. I still always want to say Big 6, but, you know, Big 5 ultimates here in Overwatch 2, and can just nano the Inoptrix into the back line. If they can kill the enemy Lucio, that'd be huge.
Yep, there it is. He's going to go jumping forward. Has both of these DPS up here in his face. Primal going to be pop Sour 4. Able to find a follow-up or just a fadeaway shot there on Kiro. I think he was actually aiming for Leonoptrix, but this comes away with a nice little gifted kill. Barrier going to be forced out here from the side of Hitasaku to try to keep everybody else alive, and for now the bot will be taken by Telomere, but it's going to be 103 meters set up here by Lazuli.
There's not a ton of follow-up in this comp for the Winston because they're playing Sojourn and Widowmaker, but still, a lot of damage done, a lot of aggro absorbed, and that sound barrier is pretty massive. Here comes Pete.
Charging forward, Sleep Dart to Greed. Disrupt the shot down, he pushes up past that one, just trying to get this kill on Shui. Will be able to do so, hit him at the same time, be able to find Amatera. Now, Zuko going to be taken down. Sour 4 though, 2 kills coming across, and Sakame going to be taken out by that concussive blast. Ted continuing to find these shots. Lucio diving in here behind, and Kiro is there for the peel, so kills come in, and that's going to be the bot now once again moving forward.
Really good effort there, though, by Telomere. PP getting a lot of value, having some pretty accurate damage to come through when he did go in for the stomp. Is now getting around this corner against Hidden. It's going to be so rough. It's going to force him off, though, PP. It has the cage fight, so it means that Hidden wants to get out of there before he gets locked down and will escape.
I don't know why, but I just love the name.
It's such a good name. It's such a good name, to be honest. One Pete's not enough.
Every time I say his name, I just end up smiling. It's great. Slide back though. There's Shui able to go ahead and dodge out the overrun. Pete going to be taken low, and will be able to survive for a little bit longer. Heels coming across to try to keep him sustained, but Zuko now similarly under fire as Kiro pushing them back. Right click coming across the cage. Not really getting the catch on to too many players. Maybe Leonoptrix? No, not actually within the confines of it. As the run comes in, Primal's going to be popping. He's got him contained here into the side where they have to be careful of the juggle. So Step should be available for Suzuki to try to get himself out towards safety, but PP now going to be taking a nap as jump forward up into the sky. It's going to be Sakame able to get the snipe there on a Sour 4. Sakame will get taken down. Pete still wreaking havoc in the back lines. I love it. And Leonoptrix having to jump away. Hitting him with another headshot though, takes down that front line. As that Kitsunarich gets committed to here from the side of Suzuki. That will shove them back. It'll buy some space here for the side of Telomere, but they have to get this push going.
So I was wondering, just because you said that, I was like, what if it's actually Pete?
No.
And then I looked, it's actually just Pete. Just put it in twice. Well, we can call him Pete because that's what we do here.
It's Pete.
It's Pete, but yeah, I was like, what if it's actually Pete? It is. If my katakana reading has not failed me. There's a big engage here from Leonoptrix. Got the nano.
Oh, barrage coming through. Leonoptrix though going to be receiving that sound barrier, so he's able to stay alive. Hidesako on the opposite side, dropping in the beat of his own. Quick little pullback here from Lazuli, just waiting for those shields to expire. As Pete once again going to be put down for his nap. As Amatera tries to stay alive, pulls back around this corner, but it's going to be greeted by that anti. Quick cleanse coming through though from Suzuki. He's able to keep them alive for a brief little moment, but ultimately the HP bars will continue to fall. Hidden, I mean, it's in here behind. Just taking some shots, will eventually get taken down, but that is widely going to be the cleanup here. An extended team kill, and the bot once again starting to push.
Yeah, I mean, we're nearly towards the end of the map. They're going to have to go for a last-ditch effort here. Perhaps they get Amatero on a flank angle to set up the Deadeye to buy some time. Maybe PP to get his ultimate, but he's already at like 1/3 health. And he just has to keep this contested, but he's going to go down likely. Okay, does get some heals from Suzuki.
Oh, but now the anti, okay, cleansed out.
Clean cleanse. They're buying time.
Keeping him alive here, just trying to hold at the choke. Not any big ultimates. This could become fairly unassailable, but that's a good opening kill. Deadeye to try to chase, just being escorted forward here a little bit faster, but anti-connecting once again. Suzuki just on cleanse duty. Keeps them all safe, but Hidden now arriving, comes in on the flanks, able to find one good turn back from Suzuki. Finds the headshot, stopping further damage from the Widow itself, but ultimately Shui with a rail going to be able to find that Kiriko and will be able to take down Pete. So the push can now resume once again. Dangerously close to the finish line here are Lazuli.
Yeah, this is looking very much like a done deal at this point. Leonoptrix pushing Saura away, or Sour 4. And yeah, that's the Cassidy down. It's kind of a disaster, Achilles.
That it is. Cleanup continuing here as Lucio not going to be able to do too much. The antes have been very much on point from Sakame, and that is going to be the full push coming to fruition as Lazuli having some fun, but also still looking quite concise, even with some interesting changes in the composition. Hidden, I was very much shocked at how much value he was able to get with that Widowmaker.
Yeah, I mean, it was very strong into the Pharah initially, and you have long sightlines at the beginning of the map when especially when you have that first fight, they're peeking, and you take them out there, then you end up getting control, then you get some high ground and some longer sightlines as they try to come out of spawn, so it's up working out. The Sojourn also just wreaking havoc on the Mauga from a distance, as Pete, he was a bit of a punching bag in this one, trying to get his team control of the bot, and getting constantly antied as well. Some really good plays from the support lineup from Lazuli as well. I think Shui kind of stole the show for us. Obviously on the Venture especially was really popping off, so I think that's our expected POTM. I thought we were about to have it, but we'll have it in a moment.
Yeah, well, we're working it out. We're building it. We're counting up the votes, working on the graphic, making sure everything is good to go. But yeah, I think Shui, the impact that was found, especially from the Venture on the first two maps, was pretty damn huge. Also, some decent moments just throughout. I mean, they played Sojourn for crying out loud. Like, it was some crazy stuff put on display there. But yeah, I think that Shui probably has this one on lock.
Yeah, the Japanese commentators are weighted equally with us, and I think there's like an observer vote. So there's no Korean broadcast for Japan, so it can kind of swing if the Japanese cast and the observers think something different than us. Then it could be like Leonoptrix gets it or something like that. But I don't think so. I feel like this one seems pretty cut and dry. Yeah, especially with the sub out. You know, the swaps that were coming through. I think Hidden would be another really good shout, though. Both the Alari, the Widow, etc. Like everything that Hidden was doing, the Echo was pretty high value. Yeah, but, that's true. Either way, I think it's going to be either of the DPS. So we'll have to just wait and see which one it's going to be. Yeah, chat's being pretty positive. Love to see it. You know, giving a lot of credit to our young boys. It was a tough start, right? But it was always going to be. Yeah, it is, and I feel like it does not get much easier from here. This is one of our kind of middling to bottom teams, expectations-wise. Has some X6 blow players in there. Shui's really good, so maybe this team does make kind of dark horse run. But looks like we might not be doing POTM. I think we might be doing it right before we go to break. But this is our matchup we have next. Nyam versus Miku Fan Club Supreme. It's the greatest name. It's a pretty good one. I mean, but is it better than Namekuji Bros? No, nothing's better than Namekuji. I was going to say, with the little slug logo. I mean, it's a pretty good one. But, yeah, we will be taking a look at Nyam versus MFC. And I think that one could end up being, not trying to make the pun, but a slugfest between the two squads. Just because Nyam put up a really strong performance yesterday. Both of these teams were, playing in those 5-map sets. So I think that this is going to be a bit more parity between the squads once we do get into that second series. So I'm excited to see that. Yeah, I think both of our next series will be very close. Okay, looks like POTM is ready. We'll be hidden, actually. Okay. Not robbed. To be honest, I kind of thought sometimes we're a little bit weighted towards the first two maps more than the third one, but hidden's not robbed. I thought it was actually a really good set from him. You mentioned it. You called it out. It was a good shout. Carried that fight there after they lost the first team fight of the series. He still clutched it out. Great Echo play, and then the Widow on the final map was obviously quite strong from him as well. Yeah, I mean, the Duke build times were insane on Cervasa. It was just really strong performance, just constantly just landing in these back lines, catching these players from Telomere completely off guard, and just was deadly. But yeah, I mean, the combo of Hidden and Shui in the CPS lineup was looking very, very crisp. So I'm curious to see what what does the ceiling look like for this squad. Yeah, and how much do we actually see swaps? Because if Hidden is this good on hit scan, maybe on certain maps you do want to keep him in on DPS. So very fun to see their start so far. I really want to see Lazuli play on Circuit Royale. CC2 can come in, he can play Hanzo, you can go for Blizzard World, that kind of more classic setup, and then you have the Widowmaker there. If the Ashe is going to be trained up as much as the Widow is, then yeah, for Blizzard World, you could see that combination come in. But so I think that there's a lot of potential there. So I'm very curious to see how things are going to go for the rest of it. But for now, we're going to go to a quick little break, enjoy these highlights, and when we come back, we'll get into that second set.
Hello, we are back, and it's now time to go into our second series of the evening. Two teams that played yesterday that both had some pretty close losses, and we'll see who's going to be able to come out on top as we have Nyam on the one side getting ready to kick things off. Team that's looking to very much resurge after a rough Stage 1.
Yeah, they were our second last team in Stage 1, if I'm not mistaken, only having that like slight leg up on Namekuji Brothers. Namekuji Brothers might actually have passed them in the end. I think they did take that one series over Nyam. Anyway, they were our bottom two teams, right? And then yesterday, Nyam almost beat Varel. So yeah. We'll see with some of the changes to their roster if they can bounce back from that close loss yesterday, as you mentioned, and take out the Miku Fan Club X Supreme, or as chat likes to call them, Miku Fried Chicken.
Miku Fried Chicken. Okay. I'm about it. I'm just going to stick with MFC because the rest of it is a little bit of a mouthful. So we'll have Nyam versus MFC to see who's going to be coming out on top of this one. Of course, we do have a third and final series after that with REVATI going up against Namekuji Bros, which I'm very curious to see how that goes. But I'm also very sad that Nozzle isn't there.
Yeah, it's a little bit sad. I mean, it's very sad.
I think Pete will now become my new favorite player since we don't have Nozzle.
That's fair. The MFC logo kind of looks like a KFC bucket, like looking at it a little bit closer. Here's NyamGaming. They got Daisy. He moved out of Insomnia. Scarlet will be his partner in crime in the damage role. Dux is going to be the main tank player here. They will have Chang as a sub. And then Mimosa and Y-Dot will be bringing up the support line. So pretty strong roster. I think a pretty big upgrade from Nyam's main roster last season, especially Daisy coming in. I think Daisy very underrated, and, you know, Insomnia, so I'm kind of like, yeah, Insomnia was really good. But Scarlet, we'll see what he can get done, as Daisy is more of the flex type. Played a lot of Tracer, if you guys remember last season. See what he ends up playing today.
I'm curious about Dux because we have a couple people who, you know, in across the regions that like the Doomfist that do struggle when they have to play things that aren't Doomfist, which is pretty much all of the time, unless you're going for a last-second touch. So, I want to see where that comfort really lies. We'll get ready to take a look at our other roster, our other team, because there's going to be plenty of nice familiar faces there, and I'm excited to see play once more.
Yeah. Very strong MFC roster that, you know, we talked about a lot of these players last season, and, you know, one of the players was actually a co-streamer, and that's Tayo, of course, of Overwatch World Cup fame. A very nice guy. You know, you and I have spent a lot of time talking to this guy. He's super cool. Kila as well, who's French-Japanese, growing up in Japan, will be one of the damage players. And then Aoki Gahara, who also played last year for Ravati, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And then you have Supreme and Frogger, who is from Australia. So he's actually playing online, as far as I know, on ping. So that's always a challenge, but he looked pretty good yesterday.
I thought you were going to say whose name is actually pronounced Frogga, because they literally wrote Frogga as the pronunciation for us in our guide.
We have pronunciation guides for all players. Like Kila, it just says Kila, Romani just says Romani, right? Supreme says Supreme, and then Tayo says Tayo. Aoki Gahara says Aoki Gahara, right, in katakana. But then Frogger just says Frogga. So, you know, you want to say it properly in an Australian accent, you gotta put it in
exactly. Because it's great, because they just definitely asked the player straight up on a voice call, oh, how do you pronounce your name? And he just, given the Australian accent, said it that way, and they wrote it down verbatim, which is one of my favorite things. But it looks like Samoa is going to be our starting map. Got Li Zhang in the first series, Samoa here. Maybe we'll be able to do just a control world tour across the day.
I hope so. The other day I got
we've been having that.
I got all Samoa in Korea, all three series.
Okay.
So
I feel like First and Pacific, we got all three different control maps.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we roll high today, at least 2 out of 3 for now. We'll see what these teams want to run. Obviously, you know, the upgrade to Nyam's roster, they have Dogs, the Korean Pro, Scarlet, as well, a Korean Pro coming in. And there's a lot of experience between these Korean pros. Like Scarlet played on Zero, which was pretty famous in contenders, and then Dogs comes from Genji and Sin Priza. So big upgrades. Let's see if they can do what they couldn't do yesterday and close this one out.
Yep, looks like players are ready to go. Chomping at the bit to go ahead and get into the game. So that's exactly what we're going to do. Starting things off here for the second series on Samoa. Let's see who comes out on top. Both teams playing those 5 map sets yesterday. Now needing to find the quick reset as the time will tick down. And for now, looks like we might get some Queen v Mauga.
Yeah, looking that way. Should move towards this control point. Scarlet running the Genji, so it's Sombra Genji dive, which we saw a lot in Japan at the beginning of the season last season, but really fell off as Sombra got a little bit nerfed and less popular. Scarlet will trade his health for a lot of Genji charge, as Tayo's been playing almost exclusively Genji this season. A little bit of Mei, a little bit of Cassidy. All picks he's famous for, but Genji will be the one he starts with.
He's got to prove that he's still better than Super's Genji, so he's running it back. As a knife across here from Ramani in the pull in, Axe goes in. not have been able to get the connection there. Either way, still just rushing forward, using that shout to try to take some forward space. Tayo going to be tagged down low. Deflect comes in, trying to keep himself alive, but into the corner he goes, and Scarlet with the dash through is able to cut him down to size. Supreme will be able to find one as Whiteout does get taken out, but it's just the supports alive here on the side of MFC. So first cap should be coming through for Nyam.
Yeah, should be theirs. Massive ult lead here for NyamGaming. Yes, Frogger has more ult charge for the sound barrier, but the more relevant and quicker ultimates here in the EMP and the Dragon Blade are a big problem that MFC will have to try to conquer here on this first attempted retake. Tayo is once again low as they take out Scarlet.
Gives Tayo an opportunity to try to get himself back into the driver's seat. Catch up here towards Scarlet, who's at 71% charge. Daisy's similarly searching forward here to try to get that EMP online. We will see a swap, actually. Scarlet's going to be coming back through here on that far, but MFC for now going to be in control. Only 19% improved from the side of Nyam, but Scarlet instantly able to find value as Tayo's going to be taken down. Both bomb locked in. Cleanse comes through, they're able to keep Docs alive. Ramani going to be taken down after finding the enemy Sombra. So now the rush back, looking to go ahead and get a flip back into their favor here as Frogger's going to be taken out. Doc's able to find that kill. And there's going to be the counter flip here, and the lead about to be gained for the side of Nyam.
Yeah, Tequila trying to buy some time here as they do not quite get the flip, actually going up to 30 right now. So he's going to have to clean that point as Daisy does finally come over and push them away. So the flip will come through at 32. As it's a messy fight. It's just not done yet.
It might just be another really fast flip, and it is. So MFC actually not even losing the lead on this one, regain control, and they're about to have several crucial ultimates online. Beat there for Frogger, Ramani, that Rampage, as well as Tayo finally just about to have the blade ready to go.
Yeah, this blade is going to be huge. Scarlet swapping over to the far here. The EMP could shut Frogger down if they can find him. Daisy's trying to keep what he can find right now. Barrier up first.
End up falling there as Tayo does manage to find one, but Scarlet really starting to take over here. 2 kills going to be found. Dashing forward, Barrage nearly online. Just pelting these shots across here. Get over towards Ramani to try to find that elimination. Rampage does get used. Suzu cleanse there from Wide keeps himself safe, and they're able to keep Doc sustained. As the fight gets cleaned up, and he's going to be the flip once again coming in through the side of the NyamGaming. So fighting back, he'll get a parting gift kill there onto Scarlet before getting taken down by Mimosa. As Tayo looking to go ahead and delay, try to get as much percentage as they possibly can.
The delay tactics have been pretty good here for Miku Fan Club, bringing us once again to 80% here while the flip comes through. We didn't see Daisy commit the EMP. I think he was picked while he was actually trying to set that one up to delete the shield, so died before he could use it, but that ends up being a boon for them now that they have it defensively here for MFC's attempted retake. Tayo still hasn't used this Dragon Blade just yet. I think it's the value for this pick until he does draw that one. We'll see.
Listen, at the ready, Blade going to be pulled down. Tayo though, greeted. Yep, there's the EMP coming through from Daisy. Sustained going to be found, but Keeler going to be taken out. Scarlet's able to find one. The Blade ultimately is not going to be doing too much of anything there. Really able to find Docs. Now the dash forward, the barrage at the ready. Going to be pulled out, looking for some targets. Everybody widely elusive, but as they scatter, they get picked off. Frogger Ramani Tayo now going to be taken down. MFC had to regain control here of this point, forcing them back so they get closer to 99, but can't quite confirm it yet.
Yeah, unfortunately the EMP connecting with the blade really limits what Tayo can do with that ultimate, because part of the enjoyment that he does get the he's going to cast now is the dash resets. Will swap, as you say, and this is one of his other very famous picks, of course, across his career. Does have a lot of protection here with this Kiriko, can be cleansed, has his roll. And he's going to try to burst down Docs to the front line, but he's going to have to go for these shields.
Yeah, aggressive beat going to be using Daisy. Already able to find one as Frogger, going to fall. Secondary shielding now going to be expiring, but 82% established here for the side of the Nyam as they continue to find some kills, and it has to be a reset to the side of MSC. So one last opportunity to try to take this one, but they're going to be pushing up in towards this cage fight that Docs is about to have online.
First swap here last minute to try to sustain on this point. I think a good swap, but I don't know if touching is going to be on the cards.
Heroes. Keela does manage to make it there. Overtime going to be forced out. He needs to stay alive. Dashes away. Gets taken out. Really did not have that recall at the ready where it's been hacked out either way. Ramani's going to be locked into the cage. Tayo not able to really keep himself alive too much. Does manage to find one before getting taken down, but 196% the first round. Going to go the way of NyamGaming.
I have to say, I'm pretty impressed with Miku Fan Club. Like, they lost most of the team fights, and yet were able to stagger and delay and pick NyamGaming apart well enough to actually put that percentage up to nearly 99 there. And yes, it didn't look close, and yes, it was a arguably one-sided map in terms of the team fights. Imagine what happens if they actually win a team fight or two, you know what I mean? Like, the fact that they're able to keep it this close and really abused the lack of coordination, I think, in some of these fights for Nyam. Definitely a big boon for them, as we will see Tayo swap back to the Genji again. I think starting Genji makes a lot of sense. Ramani, by the way, big fan favorite, has been really getting a lot of Western support on this Junker Queen pick. See, the fan prediction does favor Nyam here, 64-36. He's going to go to the Hog, though.
Okay. All right, Roadhog for reals. Should anticipate the Docs is still going to be running that Malgun. Now they absolutely have it confirmed. Here's to see what the setup looks like for this one as Tayo also over onto the Ashe.
Let's grab the hook here. Predicting the peak. Fails.
Not quite able to get it. Scarlet going to be a little bit wiser. Now just up and over the top. Now the rush forward here. Docs leading the way. They get the dive into the back line, and that's going to be Supreme and Tayo taken down. Frogga able to find one, as Daisy will fall, but Romani going to be taken out as well, and that's basically going to be the cleanup coming through as Keelat will fall, and that should be the team kill.
Daisy Scarlet is looking like a pretty strong DPS lineup right now. How clean that dive was very impressive. Scarlet gets the execute there. Tayo falls. They get the dash resets through. Ends up being a pretty one-sided fight. So unfortunately, Romani not able to hit any big hooks just yet. Another one is going to miss, as he is getting healed up, and we'll be able to look for another one, but still very low value thus far.
I think the bigger question for me is who's the target going to be Supreme, because I mean Romani, the whole Hog wouldn't be a bad one, but he doesn't have it, and he's not really close to it. Scarlet chasing.
It's a great extra health bar, as Frogger might actually get out here. Looks like Scarlet doesn't want to chase me
back
further.
away.
But the extra health bar for the Hog would have been nice, but Romani is just going to swap back over to the Junker Queen. But this does really put a dent in the old economy conversation. Docs nearly having that cage fight. Dragon Blade almost off. Daisy, fairly slow EMP build. Even with the nerfs, but is going to have it in this longer fight, you would imagine. So very tough fight here for MFC.
So here's the Kitsune Rush. Frogger already down to about half HP. Romani just going to get absolutely shredded. Bob committed to here from the side of Thailand, trying to just get some peel here, force them back away, and it will work in that regard. But ultimately, NyamGaming, they're just sitting pretty, waiting here as that percentage continues to tick up. They're nearly at 70% now.
Yeah, and they didn't have to use really any key ultimates. The rush, very cost efficient here as Tayo once again swap over to the Reaper. Had a little bit of extra time to work with here, but fighting into all these ults is going to be such a challenge. Frogger doesn't have his yet. If he did, they could use it to engage, but then it would just be traded into Mimosas.
Swap out, nothing found. Active on Romani. The cage fight does come through. Tayo going to be melted. Romani now dead. The blade gets pulled. Daisy will find Supreme. Frogger trying to stay alive, cannot do so. Has a sound barrier, but they need Keelat to escape. And spotted out that Tracer, looking to try to hound him down. Health pack going to be grabbed, recall going to be popped, and he's just right here out into the forefront. It's taken out, and that is going to be the cleanup here as we hit 100%.
Very happy to see the party EMP. I was going to mention, like, does he party EMP? Because they got the total win. He didn't have to use it all. Yeah, you can see that little purple. They off screen do just toss that one out there. Not going to do wonders for his stats in terms of enemies hacked for EMP, but we're not really tracking those too closely right now.
Yeah.
Tayo, I think, a little bit of an underperformance here on this first map. You know, had the picks that he's known for, right? But was constantly shut down on either the Cassidy or the Ashe. The Genji blades were underwhelming, and really just Blade. Like, he had the one blade where it was like, oh, maybe this could do something, is EMP'd, so it took all the wind out of his sails, and then kept swapping to Reaper, so they could maybe, with low ult economy, kind of overwhelm the fight, because Reaper gets that lifesteal, and you start to survive, and then go Wraith Walk, and then you're like, okay, maybe we actually carry this if they make a mistake. So I don't think it was a bad swap, but perhaps just having one clear theme for their composition could have been the better strat.
Yeah, it was a little bit of mystery heroes out there for the side of Tayo. Tried the Roadhog as well, couldn't really get that off the ground, then back over to the Junker Queen, but then there's just too much percentage built up. This one was just a bit of a spiral, it feels like, from this side of MFC on that second
Miku
map.
Fan Club. Glad they collabed with their flex support. Big ups to them. They did a really nice collab. It was like, oh, we're just Miko Fan Club, but also now we got Supreme.
It's like when you see, like just like an artists collab, and it's like this band crossover with this other one, like
like Beatles and McCartney.
Yeah, I am the Beatles, but. It is what it is. Let's just map one out of the way. So I think with the map pick, maybe we can see a little bit more stability here.
I think obviously Miku Fan Club is one of those rosters that a lot of fans want to root for, cheer for, because they have Tayo on it, right? Very famous player. You have the Romani in the mid lane, in the tank position, in the middle of their roster, and he is having some really fantastic ultimates. Right, looked really good yesterday. I think a lot of people really like to root for this guy. The roster just overall seems like it could do great things. We've seen a few like super streamer teams in the past. This kind of feels like one of those.
Yeah.
But ultimately, still coordination is being built with this roster. You know, moving into stage 2. There's a lot of practice that this roster doesn't have. They weren't all playing last stage. You know, Tayo was mostly co-streaming, like he was just kind of chilling and watching the games and not competing. So maybe he's going to shake off some of the rust. But the series is just really getting started. I think the first point of control does give you hope that maybe they could bounce back.
No, for sure. But I mean, kind of to the point where you're talking about here, like this kind of feels like our old ocean in the Japanese region.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, okay, we've got a couple players that have been around the block, haven't really competed in a while, some streamers in that mix. Say, you know what? Let's go back to the heyday. You know, let's try to relive some of those great moments, and we get to see it again. But yeah, we're just a little bit of a hang up here as we get ready to go into that second map, and we'll figure out what that, of course, is going to be. So we just have a couple little additional minutes, it would seem, here to just do a little bit of chit chat and make sure that we're on the up and up here with everything.
Yeah, just getting updates on that. We'll let you guys know what's going on as soon as we can. But ultimately, you know, pretty interesting start to the season so far. I do love that we see OWCS Japan kind of lean into their own style, still playing a lot of Junker Queen, a lot of Mauga. Mauga, very rarely seen in Korea, but is sometimes played. We're seeing a little bit of Wrecking Ball in Korea, but we haven't really seen in Japan yet. I was always worried that Japanese teams would try to copy the Korean meta and not look good at it, but instead they're kind of just playing what they were playing in stage 1. The bigger concern becomes like when we get to the Asia finals, like will they be able to flex into a more meta comp then? Because if you can't do it there, then you might just get outclassed. But I think here domestically in the OWCS Japan region, definitely okay to do that as we're going to Flashpoint again.
Okay, yeah. So it's going to be Servasa once more. I'm curious to see what this ends up leading to.
Yeah, it's a good map for Junker Queen.
Yeah, it can be. But it's also a good one for Mauga, which Ox was kind of mauling them with, so...
Pretty good for Genji, which Tayo did play, I think, even on this map yesterday. I know he was playing it on Flashpoint. I'm pretty sure it was Surabasa. Mei also can be played here, depending on the composition. You want to play Ramatra Mei, you want to play Junker Queen Mei, so... True. It's a map that makes sense, I feel like, for MFC here, to see how the execution looks, because so far, NyamGaming looking like a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, the level up here is pretty staggering and maybe catching MFC a bit off guard. Let's go ahead and get into the second map, though, and see what these comps do look like and whether or not this map pick of Sernavasa is going to be enough to get things tied up between these two squads. Give us another longer set compared to what we had seen there in the opener.
So Supreme did this yesterday too, and he did it on the first map of Samoa, where he goes for the early Coalescence build to try to get Tayo that fast Dragon Blade build, and then the Coalescence first, Tayo gets Dragon Blade in that longer fight, and you get the first cap. It is very strong on the first point of Flashpoint as well, because it's basically the fastest building ultimate for support, and basically just in general in competitive Overwatch. So we'll see if he can build that quickly this time around, as Tayo is going to contest high ground here. Scarlet will match him. Daisy's sticking with this Sombra thus far, which has been more about his damage than his ultimate so far in this series. We'll see what he can get done.
I mean, additionally, the hacks, just the neutral hacks coming through have been a bit of a pain point here for the side of MVC, but that's a good opening kill as Tayo can go ahead and take down Scarlet. A bit for how things had started with Volcano in the previous map. As for now, they're going to be forced back, but Dog still does get a little bit of a gift kill there onto Frogger, taking him down, but of course the Lucio going to be able to rejoin rather quickly. So first lock at the point goes the way of MFC. Scarlet,
knowing he's behind on ult charge, is going to look for the swap to Pharah here.
Huh?
Right. Yep. So anyways, I'm like, look, it's not going to take Tayo's not going to take 5 minutes to get a Dragon Blade, okay? This is not an AKM situation. Like, he's got 40% this time around. But yeah, he has that ult lead, so Scarlet's going to swap. We'll see if he can find some backline rocket hits. As that Coalescence is almost ready here for Supreme.
Moves up rapidly, but now pushing forward, trying to take some space here. Casey going to be taken down. Keela just dashing in, able to find that elimination. Tile, however, will get picked off. Scarlet able to find it. Keela now gone. DPS duo broken down. Just the one loss so far here on the side of Nyam is Scarlet continuing to just hunt down some targets here, put these rockets to use. Ultimately, the point will get cleared out. MFC going to be losing control here, but set themselves up pretty damn well as far as the 77% is concerned. So if they can just win one follow-up fight, they should be able to get the initial lock.
Yeah, they do have some pretty good ultimates here for the retake, but the big problem is going to be dealing with that EMP. If they could win the fight super fast with this Coalescence, just get a single pick, even if that's on Docs or Scarlet, that's enough to get you this flip and win you the first flashpoint. Again, all going to be about execution here. And you want to do it with, if you could do it with the Coalescence alone, then you have those other ults for the contest of the second flashpoint. That's an ideal scenario. Things don't always work out in an ideal world, though. Competitive Overwatch, as Romani's going to get poked out on the approach, but he's on the opposite side of the rest of his team as they're going to touch with Tracer.
Coalescence having to be used here, forces some players down on the low ground. Continuing rush now, investing from the side of Wydot, and Scarlet under fire will get taken out. Tayo able to find that elimination. The blade now is 16% away. Pulse bomb gets the stick, gets the kill as Mimosa will fall. It's going to be a very good team fight victory here for the side of MFC, but they need to get this flip here back into their favor. As Doc's just going to be sticking around for a little while, get some heals across, and eventually will get piled on as Tayo's able to collect 2 on the back end.
Huge fight here for MFC. They get it done with the Coalescence, just like I was saying, get the one pick. Keela gets the kill with the Pulse, and then they don't commit Sound Barrier there. They don't panic. They just use the Shout to get that additional health to win that longer fight. Now they can use a Sound Barrier here and trade for Mimosas to defend.
And the touch come through. Yes, Daisy is there, forces out the OT. Daisy, though, going to be caught as Tayo pulls the blade, this time immediately finding success. Looks for a little bit more. The chase in. Scarlet low, taken down. Armani able to find that elimination. The far out now gone. This supports the Docs to try to keep them in this one, to try to get this flip back into their favor. Tayo, though, has that reflect pulled up. Docs is now on his lonesome. And as the kill comes in, that is going to be the first flashpoint going the way of MFC.
I was a little bit worried when Frogger did drop down the sound barrier there. Obviously, trading that with Mimosas means that you are going to have the weaker sound barrier because he has the second one that might have cost them the first point, but they do clean up house. And NyamGaming are unable to get the MP. Great blade there by Tayo, taking Daisy out of the fight before he can utilize that ultimate, tracking the Sombra incredibly well. And that's the first point on the board here for MFC. Still relatively even in ultimates. The EMP is going to be so useful if Daisy wants to use it this time around for the neutral
on
contest.
The hunt.
Yeah.
Oh, nearly gets the one clip there onto Scarlet. Mimosa similarly going to be taking quite a bit of damage, and it's actually going to be Frogger does come away with that elimination. Finds the kill. Rampage now going to be sent down right as the cage fight comes down, and the supports are immediately dealt with. This is going to be a very good fight for the side of MFC as they just try to take down Docs. Let's fight back a little bit. Use that overrun to try to get out. So we will just about not be able to escape.
Yeah, Docs with a late ultimate there, only really catching Supreme, who lives for so long because he is Moira and actually almost got out. Not ideal there, so not the most ult-efficient usage. Again, Daisy looking for the hack on the Tayo, gets the kill, but the backline is destroyed at the same time. He doesn't EMP. Got to be using that ult for a bigger team fight impact. I think maybe start things off with it this time. Look at the split here for MFC, very clean. Tough to actually find a great EMP angle.
Okay, catches on the 3. Keela immediately going to be dealt with. Frogger similarly taken down. Mimosa finds that elimination. Scarlet will get traded out. As at this point, Tayo, Romani, widely just are going to look to try to buy as much time on this point as they possibly can. They do get a couple of eliminations, but Docs, just being as healthy as he is, means that trying to turn the tides of this fight pretty much impossible. So Tayo will get picked up. He'll get up to about 80%. Retouch coming through here. Frogger just looking to extend this even further. Will be able to do so. Pulse bomb's actually committed though from Keela. I guess thinking like, okay, if I can get Docs, we can turn this fight. They're going to try for it as the Coalescence also gets committed in, but now Keela going to be taken down. No one's on the point. The flip comes through, and Supreme will just get hounded down.
Yeah, really reminiscent of Samoa, where it's just like, well, if we just keep committing, maybe we get up to 99%. That ticks up really fast in Flashpoint, so they will get up to nearly 99, expending some crucial ultimates. But really, the Pulse Bomb and the Coalescence build so quickly might not necessarily matter, as Daisy swapped back onto his trademark Tracer there out instead of the Sombra. Tayo does have his Dragon Blade at the ready. It's so difficult to find a good target here. Need to wrap around. Scarlet's sticky bomb's going to explode, and he's looking for backline access, trying to get good point of view here to see where those supports are lurking. Mimosa is just waiting for his sound barrier timing, doing some good damage.
Okay, Beat now going to be dropped in, matched on the opposite side. in as the shields get ready to fall. Tayo's locked into the cage, and Doc's able to find it, so the blade cannot come through. It's Keela as well with boots, and 2 kills going the way here of this tank. As NyamGaming very close to actually tying things up here on Suravasa. Dream will fall, and I think that's just about going to be the capper on this one as Nyam beam comes across. Ravati will get taken down. But we're going to be tied up at a 1-1.
Yeah, I'm doing such a good job of handling Tayo's blade. He didn't pull it out, right? But it's because he was instantly sound barriered when he looked for the pick on the Mimosa. Mimosa reacts quickly, and Frogger can match. But the one target you want, if you're going to get just one with the cage fight, will be that Genji who wants to Dragon Blade to win the fight. That was the biggest tool in their war chest. They isolate and kill him, and that alone is enough to win the fight. So 1-1 apiece here now on Suravasa.
Putting the leash on him. Stopping him from extending into the back line. So now, turn our sights towards this third one. As MFC looking to push the tempo here, wanting that first cap. Blade going to be drawn out here from Tayo. Seeking a target. Gets a slice across there on him. Moses is able to take him down. Solid anti-out from Ravati as well. The Rampage helping to set up for the cleanup. That will be MFC getting this lock once again. Man,
Romani's rampages this tournament so far have been so fantastic, making it look like it's an Ana nade every time. Team kill coming across.
I'm gonna do that every time the graphic flies.
No, I mean that's what that's part of your job. It's in your contract, so please don't mess it up. I like casting with you. But yeah, the heal deny is massive. They have a coalescence here still, and I mean, let's see what the game plan is going to be for Nyam, because all they really have is the rush here to get Docs in position.
Oh, Coalescence attempt there from the Son of Supreme, but instantly fell. The Scarlet finds him with the stickies, and that's going to be Frogger taking him down. But Keela looking for the turnaround, finds bonus DPS with that one pulse bomb, but the cleanup is just too swift. Yeah, too many players left alive, including both the supports and the tank. The reset there from Ravati as the flip comes through. 60% built up for the side of MFC.
Yeah, very messy fight there for MFC, losing the coalescence. I mean, yes, it's a double pulse here, as was shown in the replay, but if that had been the way the fight started off, you would have felt a lot better about it. Coalescence completely burned. As it's still a close second, or rather third flashpoint, your second for whoever wins it. Keela doesn't have the pulse anymore, just going to offer some poke.
Trying to, but gets poked back quite harshly and actually chased down. Recall is available, just limit testing a little bit, relying on the supports to keep him sustained.
Kiriko heals keeping him up so he doesn't burn the recall just yet. Same for Daisy, who this time has a pulse. Just playing so patiently here.
They can afford to. They have the lead now in their favor, and Keela going to be taken down. Tayo able to answer one back. Scarlet traded out. Recall pop there from the side of Daisy. Turns the sights over to Ravati. Is able to finish him off. Pulse bomb going to be lobbed in. Tucks back low on HP, but the heals eventually can come through as Mimosa going to be dropping the beat, but still to a couple of players, but it seems like it might not matter. It's enough for him to be able to find 2. Frogger and Supreme, both taken down by this Lucio. And with those kills found, that should be map point now gained here for the side of Nyam, and it is.
Yeah. Frogger still has the sound barrier, and they're going to have that Dragon Blade here in a moment, but the Dragon Blades have been so hit or miss here for Tayo. If just locked down by Docs' ultimate again, before he can use it or while he's using it, might come up with nothing. Definitely a huge advantage in this neutral fight here to Nyam. You have to think sound barrier aggressively could win them a pick, but it has to be used quickly. If they wait too long to try to protect this blade, it might be all for nothing if Docs just isolates him.
Ready. At the ready, sends it right as Tayo tries to dash away, and he's just going to get melted down. The beam comes in. Kill found. Cleanup going to be swift. Lock here of what could very well be the final point starts off in NyamGaming's hands.
It's like, it just starts to feel like you shouldn't play Genji into this team. Docs is just so good at locking Tayo down. They are not finding any value with these blades. I mean, I said, that's what I'm worried about is happening, even though they have so many tools and it shouldn't in theory happen, but Docs gets it done again.
Yeah.
And now there's no lockdown for the blade, but you've lost, 25-30% minimum. There it is.
Blade gets pulled out, seeking target, but Ravati already taken down. City Rush comes in from YDOT, and then Tayo's just out on an island. Docs picks him off. The blade finds nothing. Curious to see if we just have a swap coming through immediately, and I'm right there with you. I think that you kind of have to at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if he swapped to Cassidy here, I feel like there's a real world in which he could burst down this Mauga. He's got a lot of protection. They had double support ultimates. Even, it's not about Dead Eye. It's not an ult-based hero. It's about the damage if you can close that gap, but he's sticking with the Genji.
Okay, well, opening kill there from Keela. Coalescence is rolling, don't worry. Everybody is able to find YDOT.
Okay.
We're getting one, so okay, follow-up fight looking good here for the side of MFC. A bit more fight back here from them. But ultimately, NyamGaming, they're still in a really good spot. They're going to get themselves up to 98%.
Yeah, Romani needs to get a ton of antes with this ultimate, I think, for them to be able to hold this without sound barrier. They can, of course, commit the sound barrier if they'll be down sound barrier, and then Nyam just need to win one fight with their huge advantage they'll have, plus the cage fight that'll come online with it. So he can't get picked. He needs to find a good angle, as I love Scarlet taking this flank here, trying to disrupt their positioning as Dox closes in on the point, checks his corners as well. Tayo's so far away from a blade.
He's able to build this up in that last fight, so it's been pretty steady building here for him, but needs to try to get that one online as quickly as possible. But Dox is going to have the cage first no matter what. All it takes for Nyam to close out this map is one final fight. It looks like they're going to pull the trigger on it. There's a run forward. There's the beat dropped. Mimosa keeping everybody protected as the cage fight comes in here from Dox. Dupe out from Scarlet. Goes for a copy onto the Genji. Yamani, the first to fall. Scarlet dashes across. Takes out Tayo. Frogger is dead. Duke's blade gets pulled. Slash across. Looking to go ahead and just finish off this Moira and does so. The flip to come back in. The team kill comes in. Team kill. As NyamGaming will be able to go ahead and take this map 3-1. Putting themselves now up to match point.
Coordination from Nyam is just so good. I mean, obviously it's a very upgraded roster from what we saw in Stage 1, but you see some of these fights where Cage goes down, instantly the dupe goes onto the Genji, and you're like, okay, that's not a common target. You could have duped the Junker Queen for some extra health and a second tank in the fight, but they all come in together all at once while those targets are caged up, and then he just goes in, gets the dash resets, and he's like, I don't need a Dragon Blade. I'm building it real quick because I'm a duplicate, but it doesn't matter.
Yep. And
they just win the fight basically instantly. 2-0, match point for NyamGaming. Looking really clean, and yesterday, you know, looking at the results, people were like, well, Varel almost lost to Nyam, but this is not the same Nyam we saw in Stage 1.
No, it definitely isn't. I mean, already the success has been insane from them compared to what we were seeing in Stage 1. So the improvements clearly are working out here for this squad, and now the big question is, you know, what is the ceiling for this team? Because sky's the limit. You lost to Varel, but that second place position very much is open and up for grabs. So we'll see if they're going to be able to get that done. We'll also see if MFC can go ahead and put a win on the board, as it's going to be their final map pick. Need to pull off a reverse sweep from here if they want to walk away with that first match victory.
That they will indeed, and 6blow being out of the tournament, there's kind of a new spot open, and maybe Nyam is the team to take that spot. As Insomnia, also a very changed roster this season.
Alrighty, well, we're going to go ahead and watch some highlights, go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we'll see if that's going to be the series ender or if MFC can extend it. Alrighty, we're back and about to go into our third map, potentially the last one here of our second series of the day. As Nyam still looking red hot. MFC, a little bit more fight there on Saravasa, but ultimately could only get the 1 point capped.
Yeah, they just, unfortunately, are so locked into these Genji comps that aren't finding enough success. And again, Tayo's a really good Genji, and we saw him play it yesterday too, but he showed a little bit more yesterday, a little bit more Casty, a little bit more Mei. We're just not really seeing that from them right now, and they're kind of getting outclassed by Dox, who just keeps locking him in place with multiple cage fights. And Mauga has such a large clip, so he's very tanky and actually has a ton of damage output. Seems like when they almost win these team fights, Dox is just like cleaning up the fight because he's like, you guys are all half health and I have unlimited ammo and I'm just going to clean it up. And if you don't have any real long-term damage, if Tayo's just on the Genji, you can't actually kill that tank without a Dragon Blade.
Well,
wow,
very
this
similar.
looks familiar.
Yeah, very similar to our first series, just that control being the difference. We're going to be going over Runasapi for push once more. Something tells me it's not going to be it's not going to be quite as one-sided as we had seen in our opener there. At least it shouldn't be. But is it going to be good enough for MFC to get the win? That's the thing we have to wait and see.
Certainly will be a big question. Hex offering his feelings in the chat about the lack of nano boost for the blades. I think that's definitely a big point, though, because they also don't have any long-range sustained healing for him when he's going in for blades or trying to build blades, so he gets picked a lot, and his blade builds have been otherwise very slow because of it.
Yeah, I mean, the best case scenario is that you have the beat there alongside it, maybe even the coalescence, but that is a lot committed to try to just enable a blade to come through. Tayo, I mean, he said his favorite is Widow. That's why we have it here on the graphic. Does he play it like Hidden did is the question. Something tells me
probably
the answer is going to be no.
Yeah, probably not.
But at the very least, it could be some fan service if he does.
Now, if the bakery is closed, I hope they give those out to the homeless here on Runasapi instead of just tossing them in the trash.
No, it's an idyllic paradise, and there are no homeless.
Sure.
We've eradicated those issues in the future.
They don't even eat the food. They just leave it on the table as well.
Well, they heard that Overwatch was coming to town. There was going to be a big battle, so they had to just evacuate.
They leave like the cookies for Tayo, like he's Santa Claus.
He's Santa Claus.
Yeah. I heard Tayo's coming.
Yeah.
If we leave cookies for him, maybe he'll give us good Dragon Blades.
Cookies and a glass of warm sake.
He's playing Mei, so maybe a little bit of my prayers answered here as they're going to go for the Diva as well in this composition. And with Kila on the Ashe, they have this Batiste to potentially keep him alive, as NyamGaming is kind of running more of the same with the Sombra Genji dive.
Oh, well, there's the overrun.
Kick that icicle.
Jump scare as Dox comes charging in. Nice block forced out there. Tayo just spamming out these right clicks here where possible, trying to build up towards that Blizzard. Already a third of the way. We're closer to really settling this opening neutral fight. Ramani, yep, going to be a little bit low. Overrun now into the back, looking for the cutoff here. Onto the support line, and they're able to find Supreme. Immortality Field was just a little bit too far away. He does get taken down. Ramani now going to be broken out of that mech, so they don't have the D-Matrix available. Fraga will be able to find one onto Scarlet before getting taken down, but there's the fight done and dusted. As
the virus kill.
Yep, going to be able to go ahead and get the opener.
So I was kind of like, wait, Romani's got super low, but he's not getting healed for some reason. What's going on? Then we get the cut to the supports just being corralled into a corner and getting stomped and sliced to pieces. Keela will swap over to the Cassidy here. They built half a Blizzard, so halfway to setting up this comp the way they would like to. And I do think this is a good swap into this this Mauga I was kind of calling for on the previous map.
Well, you have the Ana there from Supreme as well, so get that overrun coming through. Just go ahead and put the Mauga down to bed, get that sleep dart across, and try to set up for an elimination. Flashbang in with the Bionade perhaps. So here comes the overrun into the back lines, and there's the ante, and there's the kill. Shutdown on the docks coming through as Tayo's able to claim that elimination. Scarlet going to be taken down as well by Ramani. Solid cleanup here on the fight as we'll just go ahead and be the pickoff. So 38 meters going to be established here from the side of NyamGaming. Doc's now going to be swapping over onto the Ramatra.
Yeah, Keela getting extremely low in that fight, but they weren't able to pick him. The ice wall was pretty decent there from Tayo, who now does have that Blizzard available. Would like to use it here for checkpoint contest. It's going to take a while before we get there. Obviously, the bot, though, is now finally moving into MFC's territory. As Doc swapping to the Ramatra, kind of an unusual one here. Will help stand the ground against the May. EMP obviously can be massive here if utilized correctly. But Daisy hasn't had the greatest EMPs today.
Blizzard at the ready. Beats available on both sides, but Mimosa going to be picked off. Tayo finding some additional values. Daisy going to be antied out. That'll be quickly cleansed there, and seems quite wide out. But Docs now is on an island as the EMP and the Blade both get committed to. And Scarlet looks to try to turn the tides of this fight. 2 kills going to be found. Seeking target. Has to reshoot that one, drops down in on top of Ramani. Will be able to go ahead and break him out of the mech, but the self-destruct is available. It's like they were trying to push forward, trying to get that intercept here onto the Baby Diva, but they just can't quite find the punish. Bot going to be kept back towards the starting area, but Ramani, life intact, just waiting, holding this bot in position, just trying to get the rest of the team to corral in around him.
Yeah, seems like a huge win, though, for Nyam with the ult trade there, and the fact that Ramani lives is great, but he loses his remake in the process, and they don't really gain much from it. So they're trying to control the bot once again. Sound barrier for Mimosa.
Hacked, but there's the nano. They go ahead and they keep Ramani alive, but Keela going to be jumped on. Elimination found, and HP bar starting to get shredded here as the supports will get cleaned up, and Ramani will get taken out of the mech here once more. Tayo, there's nowhere really to go. Just trying to spam as much as possible, get towards that next Blizzard, but Keela now going to be moving over to that Cass once again.
So they killed Mimosa in the last fight before he could use the barrier. It was a really nice right click there from Tayo, but unfortunately he has it for the next fight, and they just overpower there. Ramani is going to swap over to Junker Queen, and we're going back to square one here, back to comfort. Tayo sticks with this May pick. However, the wall this time not ideal.
Checkpoint going to be obtained here. Support spawns in action for the side of Nyam as they look to try to open things up a little bit more. Considering Rush going to be coming down. Hack there on Ramani, just cannot backpedal fast enough. Does end up getting hounded down. Slowfield not going to be catching on too much there. Wall attempted just for some peel, but ultimately it's a lot of space opened up here for Nyam as the bot once again resumes the push.
Tayo does get out, looks like. Will be okay here. Had to use his ice block moments before. Should have a backup here now. They're going to try to fight on this corner. No great ultimates. The ice wall's not going to catch anybody.
He's got the Mimosa though. Let's get finished off. Keela able to find that kill. It's all the move speed. Taken away here from Nyam. Whiteout in a bad spot somewhere off screen. He's getting taken low as the bot just gets held in place. Doc's just looking to go ahead and buy as much time as they possibly can. Half the time bank going to be drained here as Scarlet Daisy finding one apiece. Just further add to the woes here of MFC, just not allowing for them to really have a full collective 5-man push.
It's like, you end up getting these small wins, but you're only going to get a little bit of distance before the re-contest comes through and the regroup comes through for Nyam. They will have that EMP at the ready. Supreme, though, it's little stuff like those Bionades, why they collab with him with this roster. And EMP is at the ready. Let's see if he can get any big multi-mans.
I love the collab storyline that we've now just implemented. As a Blade going to get pulled out, like pop, into the ice block goes Tayo. It's going to be an electric cowboy here as Keela is the recipient of that nano boost. Annihilation rolling here from Docs. EMP gets committed to, catches on the 2. Tayo and Ramani both going to be at risk and taken down. Supreme now similarly going to suffer the same fate. Scarlet gets on top, finds that elimination. Heal can just go ahead and kill one kill back, but ultimately the fight is won here from the side of Nyam. They're going to go ahead and push this forward. And
they might be able to finish the map. Like, they have such a good push here, and they're going to have the Kitsune rush, and the Blizzard really got very little value there. It's so hard against this composition that has the mobile Sombra and the Genji to get a big set of freezes. Good into Ramatra, but otherwise the comp is just so mobile, with Kiriko also able to just teleport out. And now MFC in big trouble here. They do get the cart back, as now we're not going to go for the finish, but rather just buying time, deleting that time bank is a huge win for them.
I mean, it is. They also get the forward spawns once again. Deadeye going to be popped. No value going to be found there. Sound barrier now being used by Frogger to try to keep them in this fight. Let's see, get some targets. This Rampage goes across. Mimosa going to be antied out, taken down. Bled dry there by Ramani. Looks for a little bit more. This Ramatra up to his face, but Dogs down to half HP. Should be vulnerable, should be able to be eliminated at will as the axe comes across. Still fine. That kill though, so it does continue to try to separate these players on the side of MFC.
I think if they can win 2 more team fights, this map is definitely winnable for them. Problem is the war chest of NyamGaming that's coming online, but if they can keep this momentum going, I mean, that was pretty decent ult for Ramani. Sometimes a one-man onto the support is all you need, as they are going to try to look for a knife to pull somebody in. Not quite successful there. Cart a third of the way, really distance-wise, that it needs to be. And I say cart, but it's the bot, of course. As Scarlet's just trying to chip that last 30% of his ultimate in. Look for the engage. Checking for sneaky Sombras.
This is a good spot potentially for a Blizzard to come in though when you're trying to play on this corner and get that bot over to the checkpoint. Blizzard now ready to go. Is the Matrix going to be lobbed in? Right clicks, looking to try to take advantage there, but widely it's just going to be a backpedal from the side of Nyam. Saying, okay, you know what? We can wait. We can play this patiently, and then we can re-aggress before the checkpoint comes in.
Yeah, that was really smart by Nyam there. Some of these walls have been decent, but not enough for a pick.
Yep, nearly gets taken down. The Blizzard opens things up, so checkpoint going to be obtained. MFC. Forward spawns now for them.
Blizzard tossed in, but not able to lock anybody down and win the team fight. You've got the distance, but if you are going to eventually have to kill the squad as Kitsune Rush comes out.
Kitsune Rush comes out. Keela trying to see if there's going to be a flank coming through. Ramani going to be hacked here for the moment. Tayo taken down. Knows meant to find Daisy before getting picked off. The headshot goes in. Mimosa will fall. Rampage across, connects here onto the Genji, onto the Ramatra. And Ramani will collect both kills. The push can now resume. And it's only going to be 20 meters that MFC need to make up in order to gain the lead.
Yeah, they really turned that on its head. Ramani, especially with a massive ultimate. Once again, this guy's Junker Queen is just so clean, and it looked like it was a one fight for Nyam until he gets the double ante there across to turn the fight around. Tayo builds half another Blizzard as we go again.
Contest is there. Lead not yet gained. A minute and 20 remaining. This fight could decide the fate here of either squad. To the side of NyamGaming, it's them trying to stay in this series. Did I pop from Keela to try to buy some space? They tuck back behind the walls here. As oh no.
No! No! Not allowed. Not allowed. Can't happen. It happened to me yesterday. I mean, I wasn't casting, but I was watching. And I see the loading screen, and I start to yell at Kilios. Just like, you know, I need to yell like Junker Queen so we can get the little green health on top of our caster health bars, because we might be starting this one over. This is not a map that you could rule one way or the other. Obviously, it was a pretty big advantage to Nyam, but it was still 100% winnable if they win that fight for Miku Fan Club. So that's like the worst possible time to have a crash, to be honest, just to set the stakes. Bit of a crash, bit of a crushing crash.
Well,
so I don't have a pet hedgehog.
Yeah, neither do I.
But
we both just have cats.
When I first moved to Korea, I lived in Mokdong. At the time, I was living at the GSL StarCraft 2 house, and I went to Home Plus. You know Home Plus. If you guys, it's kind of like a Walmart type shopping center that has like electronics, but also food, and it's a big grocery store. And they have a pet section at a lot of them. And I saw a hedgehog in the pet section. I was like, wow, I've never seen a hedgehog for sale as a pet, but apparently quite common in Korea actually. Sure. And that was like 13 years ago when I saw that, and I didn't know that Unknown had a hedgehog until the game crash happened yesterday. So, like, you know, we're learning things. I don't know what you and I will learn, but depending on how long this pause goes, we might learn something about each other.
I feel like we've worked together for so long that there's very little to expose at this point.
What was the weirdest pet you ever had?
Rabbit.
A rabbit. That's not that weird, but I mean, it's of the weirdest ones. I guess like it could be the
The
strangest.
circumstances for obtaining said rabbit is the weird aspect of having the rabbit, because it was released / abandoned by somebody, because it was very clearly it was not a wild rabbit, and my neighbor had called. I was maybe 7 at this point, so my brother would have been 10. Got a phone call from the neighbor, said, "Hey, there's a white rabbit under my car. Do you want to come get it?" So we were like,
This
"Yeah,
is such an American story.
let's do, yeah, this is rural America right here." And we said, "Sure." We got the only thing that we had was we had a bucket, like a, I don't know, 20-gallon bucket, and a fishing net. So we went and we were able to get him, and we borrowed a cage from the neighbor. My dad ended up building another little like housing unit for him, which was quite spacious and nice. He was able to run around and everything like that. And yeah, we named him Snowball because he was an albino rabbit.
I have a similar rabbit story. When I was probably about 12 years old. I'll tell you guys maybe after the break.
Looks like we're going to have to go to a break. So
We'll see you on the other side.
we'll see you on the other side. We're back?
For now.
We hope.
For a limited time.
We're hoping that everything's been taken care of. So here we are back on screen. That's usually a positive.
That's true.
So,
you can see our beautiful faces. Updates.
I got told something. Okay. Either way, if you guys didn't know, of course, there's the viewer incentives, and this is obviously helping you get towards those. But yeah, make sure you guys lock this stuff in.
Yeah,
Anyway,
you could get an icon, a spray, a secondary spray that says 2024. That's the real one that you want.
a name card.
A name card, or then the weapon charm.
The weapon charm.
Dangle that OWCS logo in your opponent's faces while you tactically crouch at them with a dangling OWCS. I won because I watched OWCS. I saw Tayo's strats, you know. I saw some Leonoptrix gameplay. So yeah, so when I found the rabbit, I was about like 12. My sister was like 8. We were out. She came screaming and running. My parents were gone. Like I was just taking care of my sister at home. They were gonna be gone for like an hour or something like that. We went to Home Depot or something like that. And this rabbit is kind of like struggling to jump. So like you got a net, because my sister was like, we gotta save the rabbit. Got the rabbit put inside. My sister had a cage because she really wanted to have a hamster, and my parents were considering it or something like that. So we had this nice cage that was like well stocked with like vegetables and stuff. We could put in there some little like food, which I don't know if that's good for a rabbit or not. We put the rabbit in the cage. It had a huge like gash on its side. So
Poor little guy.
yeah, it was really injured. Perhaps like got caught by a coyote or a fox or something, but was able to escape. And so we fed it and gave it some food. Looked like it was doing okay. Took it to the vet. Unfortunately, though, it didn't make it. So that's my sad rabbit story.
I was hoping for some kind of happy ending. You know, like it ate the lettuce.
It did eat the lettuce,
and then it made a comeback.
Okay, and I thought we were going to be all right. But unlike the rabbit, which was a brown, like wild rabbit,
Yeah.
Georgia, unlike the sad rabbit story, I think we're going to have a happy ending to this series. I think we're going to get back in the game. We're not going to have any more suspiciously weird crashes. And the games will continue. We're not 100% sure what's the decision that's going to be made. This was discussed heavily yesterday with Unknown because he actually made the rulebook for this tournament, so he like knows all the specifics. But it's very difficult to recreate ult charges and game states, especially on push, because at the time of the disconnect, like still pretty good advantage there for our winning team. Why am I blanking on
Nyam?
Yeah, Nyam. They had a pretty good advantage there, but obviously MFC could have won. Like they had the tools, they had the momentum back in their favor a little bit.
They're like 10 meters away as well.
Yeah, so if they win that next fight, they win the map probably. So it's like very, very close. It's really difficult to, I think, award a win in this case, but it's up to the admins to decide what will happen. So I would guess it's probably going to be a rematch, but we don't know, and I probably shouldn't be speculating.
Oh. Okay.
But we have a break.
Yeah, looks like we're going to go to another break. So we need some more time to sort through and figure things out. So we'll be right back.
Yeah.
Okay, hello, welcome back. Runasapi. We're going in.
It's right after game 2. We had a pretty close game on Suravasa. Signs of life coming through from the Miku Fan Club X Supreme. However, now potentially the final map pick here of Runasapi. Could never predict how this map would go. I haven't seen any footage of it. I have no idea. We're regaming, guys. It's going to be, I think, the best decision for all parties, considering how close that ending could have been.
Yeah, I don't think that any other outcome would have been sufficient for either party, to be frank. So we go again. We're gonna regame. We're gonna regame so hard.
Indeed. Hopefully we don't have any more servers going boom, any more loading screens. Hopefully everything is going to be clean from here.
Yep.
Dubstep button. We get it twice.
Yep, we get it twice for the same map as we once again go into our favorite new push map, Runasapi. Can you tell that the insanity has taken hold yet?
Look, if yesterday is anything to go off, like, it's still early days to this. Stay with me. We are going to see Ramani run the Diva once again. Looks like they're keeping the same.
I don't know
what that. You don't know what that means?
No.
I don't know what it means either.
Something water de Mamakucha.
It's an old proverb about Overwatch service crashing. All right, here we go. Once again for okay, the players are in the wrong order for Nyam, but that's okay. We'll just look past it. Yeah, they put Scarlet in the support slot by accident.
They're in some different seats in the lobby, but that is okay. Deal with it.
Just to be clear, it's not a support player playing Genji.
Yes.
Or a DPS player playing.
All right, but we do have widely the same stuff that we were seeing at the beginning of the map last time. So tile back over here onto the May, let out the gate onto the Cassidy. As it was NyamGaming amplifying that opening neutral fight here for themselves. Or rather, it was MFC who were able to find the neutral fight. We'll see if that is going to continue. But Keeler going to be taking down Scarlet with the dash through. He does find that quick elimination and dashing across with a reset. Supreme going to be taken out. Ramani broken out of the mech. Frogger still alive. Can try to maybe usher the Diva back, but looks like he's just going to push forward, trying to go for the reset, and will be taken down.
Yep, will be a little bit of extra ult charge going over to Scarlet as he is moved to the correct slot. Thank you, observers. Didn't know you could do that in game. Now it used to be able to. So that's clean. Yeah, this time they start the Ana. I think last time they started Batista on the first fight and then swapped. So we'll have a nano boost very soon here for Ramani, very likely in this upcoming fight. The coordination was very strong at the end of this map. The start was a bit of a struggle for MFC last time as well. Here's that nano at the ready.
Holding it. Waiting, biding time. See, not going to connect on anybody, but they are able to keep Tayo alive.
Tayo building a lot towards that Blizzard up to 83%.
Haley has it ready to go, but it's going to keep Sine Rush online first here from Wide on sends it, but Scarlet gets taken down. Frogger able to find the opening kill here to try to turn the tides of this fight. Bot still moving forward, getting ready to break through that main wall as once again the Electric Cowboy comes through. And Skillet receives the nano himself. Push forward, looking for some target, but widely the disengage here from the side of Nyam is working out quite well. So they give up some space. Bot now can start pushing inside of MFC.
Yep, Killa not going to be able to get that exit kill onto Docs, but still a great fight here for MFC. Just the nano expended. Really good bio grenade coming through. We'll have control of the cart here much faster than they did on the first iteration of this map. Tayo's Blizzard at the ready here. Could try to use it to push across this corner, maybe lock down Docs before he can set up a cage fight, or at least force him to take an unfavorable one. So he is going to have to back off and heal. Whoever ults first of the Lucios will be at a disadvantage.
Scarlet waiting, dives into the back line. Oh, deflects the sleep dart right back over onto Supreme. The beat is going to be well timed though. Frogger trying to keep them safe. Mega back going to be grabbed. Overrun though into the back line. Supreme going to be taken down as Doc's able to find that opening kill. And Killa just left out the dry. Ramani desperately doing what he could to try to mitigate that damage with the D-Matrix, but ultimately has to try to make his exit. Be a good ult battery for Supreme, and it looks like he has survived. So yeah, we'll go ahead and help pump up towards that next nano.
Yeah, that's actually pretty huge. Romani's so incredibly low there. The cage fight not actually having to be used by Docs. Looked like it was an opportunity for him to lock down multiple targets, but they knew they had the fight win. Frogger forced a nano, or rather forced a sound barrier as Scarlet came through, so Mimosa has the better second barrier, and the team does collapse. As moving to this Deadeye just to zone. They don't have great ults here for this fight until that nano's ready.
Pulse ball attempt. There's Nazy trying to get the shutdown, but as the fight comes in, Scarlet keeps it protected as the cage fight comes down. Sine Rush on top of it here from the side of Wydon as there's the trap onto Ramani and overrun right in on top of Supreme, finds that kill, but Killa will only be able to answer one back to Doc's false. Killa a second as Wydon gets taken down, making the most use out of that nano this time around. Will finally be felled, but Ramani finds Scarlet on the back end as they get a nice little stagger on a Mimosa as well. So MFC, decent fight overall. Yeah. They can now start the push.
Really nice wall from Tayo as well. And Supreme is getting so much value out of his nanos this time around. We'll watch this one more time. Killa getting the cleanups here, going in, taking out Wydot in that choke after the Kitsune rush. Picks up the triple. Very clean fight here. I think very split for Nyam after that wall went down for Tayo. He's got half of another Blizzard, but they need to win another team fight at least to get the lead on the push.
Yeah, have stopped the bot from making its way to the checkpoint, so that's still something that Nyam are going to have to try to go through is for the wall off, and actually does get the catch there onto Scarlet, who's going to be at risk and taken down. Really good punish coming through, set up there by Tayo. Well, push can resume here for the side of MFC. Getting closer and closer to taking the lead as Mimosa will fall. Wydot similarly tagged up. Down low on HP, now finished off as Tayo, collecting kills, building up another Blizzard.
Yeah, I think Nyam need to be happy to regroup. Really contesting quite heavily to try to stop the lead, but are just trickling members in here, which is going to, in fact, give MSC an even freer push here as they get that checkpoint, and we'll be able to push this bot further. Ramani here, sitting at half of his remake, just going to hold on to the cart as they group up behind him. Waiting for that nano, they could just allow Ramani to be the battery for that, as you were pointing out earlier, just take some damage, give Supreme that faster build. He's looking for a pulse in the back line. It'd be amazing if he could hit Supreme or Frogger.
He's trying to bait out this sleep dart, but yeah, Killa taking quite a bit of damage there. Space being gained here by Daisy. Has to pop that recall, nearly gets it off the side of the map. Beat going to be coming out here. Blizzard as well in response to this blade pulled from Scarlet. We'll rotate out towards safety. The lead is there, the checkpoint won. MFC in a good spot. Deadeye going to be invested, but everyone's piling forward here on top of this cast, but he still comes away with one. Mo's going to be taken down.
Yeah, that's a huge Deadeye pick here. Still fight ongoing.
It is, as Ramani's going to be taken out of the back. That should be the fight widely going the way here to the remaining players of NyamGaming. So clean up there on the Tayo. The Baby Diva can be taken care of, but Frogger still finds one.
Yeah, it's just such a broken up fight, and MFC playing it well. Remix going to come through for Ramani. And man, this was a very, very messy one for the side of Nyam. Ramani, sitting at 95% right now. I thought he had the remake there. It was a little bit confusing, but this gets the remake off of the pilot form. And MFC are ready to contest again. They just want to keep their advantage. Only 3.5 minutes left to go, as they do have line of sight to keep Ramani healed up. He has been doing such a great job of pulling the aggro and giving Supreme these nanos. They've been shutting down these blades pretty well. Annihilation, tough to get value out of until they force the way to that choke point.
Into the back lines, here goes Daisy. Saying hi. Kila there for a brief little moment. Ramani going to be focused firing down, but still not broken out of the McIntyre with a headshot, able to take down Docs. Huge pick as Pulse Bomb not going to find the connection, not really going to be getting too much damage either. The flashbang there for the hinder. Kila able to go ahead and collect the kill. Finds himself a second as Momoza will get taken down. Wide out now, clean up. As that is going to be MFC continuing to hold the line, still at a 15-meter advantage with just under 3 minutes left to go.
It's not to say that he had a poor start to the series or anything like that, but I feel like Kila has really come online on this second iteration of our third map. He is getting so much work done. His accuracy has been phenomenal. Daisy's going to swap back to the Sombra, perhaps hoping for that EMP to be the great equalizer in terms of ult economy, because they are massively far behind in that regard, as MFC look to actually further their lead here. The bot moving now up to 65. Hack onto the Diva mech is going to be frustrating, but not a game breaker.
Slow field out, Frogger at risk, down to about half HP, but the heals will come through. Daisy taken down, Kila delivering once again, finds the enemy Sombra before really any ult charge can get started. Goes out there, Scarlet down low, but Annihilation rolling, they're able to find one. The Blizzard now going to be coming through. Doc's completely frozen up and stuck in place. Tayo, an easy collection on the kill for him. Looks for a little bit more, but Scarlet comes out of nowhere. Dash across, finds an elimination. Romani going to be taken out of the mech. Opposites go ahead and hold that self-destruct. Knows that they still have the advantage.
Yeah, will be taken out here so can respawn and rush back. They still have the advantage. There's no reason to remech there. You could delay further, but it means that it's very likely NyamGaming will actually get the advantage. Instead, you can actually go for that contest of the checkpoint itself that NyamGaming, as you pointed out, weren't able to get. Not a ton of EMP build here for Daisy this time around, so MFC still having ult advantage here, and that critical nano that's beginning a lot more value this time is available for Supreme. All eyes on him as he looks to set this one up.
Has that, but sound barrier difference as well could be through critical. There's the nano in response. Kila, the recipient, gets hacked out of the Deadeye, but still able to find Scarlet, nullifying that blade completely and finding Momoza to boot.
Man, they are just trusting him, man. He gets the sound barrier, he's got the nano, and he's just like, I'm going in! And he's hitting that shots, he's popping off!
I mean, it's 4 kills there for Kila in the fight. Is taking over, and I mean, I haven't seen this much commitment to an Electric Cowboy since the days of Pine.
Yeah, I mean, for real, and they're trusting him, and he's getting it done, and if Scarlet is not in a position to punish him, the Sombra isn't going to be able to kill him. The Ramatra can't necessarily kill him if he's not Nemesis punching him, so he's just kind of freely able to go in there and hit the shots. Body shots even are enough, as Romani does have the remake, will be hacked, but isn't going to be under threat. Great Ice Wall to block the approach.
Up the tempo, the Kitsune Rush going to be coming through. Push forward, the punches flying. Romani nearly taken out of the mech. Put him down on the floor here for a brief little moment, but will get woken up. Scarlet has the dash, gets himself back over onto the map as Tayo, the lone casualty thus far.
Not winning the fights decisively enough, but they are still getting the cart moving. As MFC will have to regroup now. Sound barrier advantage there to Nyam.
15 seconds remaining.
They need to win another fight, and probably 2 more, but they need to do it in the old efficient way. Otherwise, MFC are going to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, the Blizzard about to be online. The Nano as well for Supreme to just send it over towards Kila once again. We go into overtime. Nano at the ready. Sound barrier going to be used aggressively as they dive in, looking for Supreme. They're able to find him, but not before that Nano does go across, but this time it's over onto Romani. Charges forward, eats quite a bit of damage here, but Kila delivering once again. Finds Scarlet, who is going to be taken down. Doc's able to find Tayo the break there on that mech. Kila trying to stay alive, trying to get a little bit more value, but the Annihilation inevitably will take him down. Finds Romani as well.
Okay, this is still winnable here for NyamGaming, but they don't have a lot of tools, and if
they still
lose,
have to wait out this.
Yeah, they have to lose. If they lose one single team fight, then it is over. So need to be extremely cautious here. Docs doesn't have his Annihilation anymore.
Romani swapping now over to the Malga, just trying to get back here a little bit faster, looking for a little bit more punch. The bot gonna start moving forward. 11, now 10 meters the difference. Tayo dashing in here on the Tracer, down to 5 HP. Pops the recall, managing to stay alive. Deadeye at the ready. Hack across on Romani. The HP bar getting shredded. They find some sustain. They keep him alive for the time being as Kila swinging around the backside, trying to see if he can find any eliminations. The Deadeye not gonna come up with anything. Tayo though will. Daisy gonna be taken down. Scarlet low on HP, but not before Kila falls. Slowfield gonna be sent out. Scarlet eliminated. DPS list now. Nyam. Wydot down to a sliver of HP. Has a Consider Rush, but cannot pop it. Tayo will take him out. It's really just Docs alone here on the card. Finds one. The Tracer gonna be broken down. Romani though still very healthy. Shots coming through. Momoza eliminated. This Maracha is all on his lonesome and should be taken out. This should be MFC scraping by with the victory. Fist raised, but cannot do enough. MFC will hold out. They will hold the line. A difference of like 2 meters there at the very end, and they're able to find it. So this series goes on.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like reverse of roles in the second iteration. That this time it was MSC who had control. There were certainly tools there for Nyam to actually win 2 fights in a row, but they couldn't do it. They actually had that last fight so broken up. Tayo, with the last-minute swap over the Tracer, was able to get a few eliminations, survive there for Ravati to come back on the Mauga, and then they had the numbers advantage, and ultimately did end up taking it in the end. So close, though, on a knife's edge, because I feel like if you end up killing Tayo there faster, you can kill Ravati, then you can actually finish that map. You end up getting the respawns coming through, and you're the one with the overwhelming advantage. So incredibly close, and after 2 dominant wins for Nyam, and a pretty convincing lead for most of push in the first iteration, they are stopped here. Signs of life for MFC.
Yeah, persevering despite the circumstances, so able to find that win. But now, again, this is a reverse sweep situation for them. We're going to have Nyam with their map pick going in, and we've got Hybrid and Escort available. So I'm curious to see, what they're going to opt for, where they're going to try to take us to try and close out the series.
It's a really good question, because if it really depends on what comp they want to run, right? Because they ran the Diva on push, but they were running the Junker Queen before, and I'm not 100% sure where they will take us. I feel like Dorado is probably someplace you don't want to go. Maybe they take us to like Midtown if they want to keep running the Diva. Midtown is in the pool, right? Am I crazy? It might not be. Kings Row would also be a pretty good.
I don't remember off the top of my head.
I'm getting wrecked by the situation. We lost our minds a little bit after that regame.
Yeah.
I'm gonna verify. It is not. So Blizzard World, Eichenwald, Kings Row, and Paraíso. So I'm just thinking about Stage 1 a lot because we saw so much Midtown there. Maybe Eichenwald or Kings Row? Blizzard World could be where we see Tayo's Widow.
I'm just trying to, because right now, regarding the pool, I don't think that there's a fantastic map for Ramatra Malga, which is what we've widely been seeing from the side of Docs. So I'm really uncertain what they what they land on to try to fully enable him, because it feels like that's kind of what they're going for.
Yeah.
So,
Junkertown and Blizzard World, where you'd see a little bit of Widowmaker potentially. Shambali Monastery, I feel like you probably want to avoid as well, just based on the May compositions we're seeing from Tayo and how strong that can be on those really narrow choke points, especially towards A.
That's one where that brawl style could find value, though. So maybe they feel like they're going to have to go for that to try to enable just Ramatra and try to get a matchup in that regard. But it's hard to say. I feel like this is actually a decently tough position to be in.
Yeah, it's weird because normally, especially after watching the first 2 maps, you're like, oh, it's probably going to be a 3-0, maybe a 3-1. But
yeah,
the way that they convincingly were able to win the second iteration there of our push map makes you feel like maybe they're in a little bit of trouble here potentially, as the coordination looks like it's been ramping up for the side of MFC, looking much better in that second iteration, looking a little bit better on Flashpoint as well, like some signs of life there as well. But it wasn't Tayo just hard forcing the Genji. And I think that's the big one for me, is it looked like he was like, all right, let's play something a little bit more flexible here in the May. That worked out. The Ana play we're seeing from Supreme was pretty good. So they're going to take some time to pick it. Okay, Circuit Royale.
Okay. So we're going over to Circuit. So, as mentioned, maybe some Widowmaker to come in here.
Yeah, I was talking about Junkertown and Blizzard World, but this one is definitely, you got to pull the Widow out here, you have to imagine. This is like, it has kind of been in OWCS Asia here, our big Widow map. Very rare last season, but we did see it from time to time, especially before we had like map type selection.
Right.
We got to Escort so rarely, and then this one wasn't picked that much.
There was only a few scant times that we got to go to those map 5s. There's so many blowouts, but this one still potential to turn into a full 5 mapper. We'll see if that is going to happen, if NyamGaming can go ahead and close things out 3-1 with their map pick. And as we go ahead and get ready to jump into Circuit Royale, I'm very curious to see what the comps do look like, because I've been seeing a lot of differentiation. Tayo previously playing basically mystery heroes. Does he just come out with a Widowmaker and stay on it?
That is what we are going to find out.
Oh, looks like it might just be Keela, though. Has been looking good on the hit scan, so I don't...
That's true.
I don't mind it too much.
I mean, It's still too early to be talking about it when they are still on against match point, but he'd definitely be my player of the match right now after that performance on the Cassidy.
I would agree.
Nyam showcasing otherwise here, though, a pretty interesting composition with the Zenyatta for Mimosa and running the Sigma, just trying to protect Daisy and then empower his shots with the Discord orbs. Obviously on attack here, MFC will have the ability to scout composition and then potentially swap things up. And we'll push this card a little bit. Looks like they want to stick with the Tracer Genji dive with D.Va.
Opt to not go for the matchup here.
I think it's fair considering you have such good dive setup here with this D.Va. You could maybe overwhelm Daisy and get past the Sigma, as Sigma's a lot better into more up-front tanks like the Mauga, like the Winston sometimes. D.Va can kind of get past him though, so definitely some good dive opportunities here. You can see Daisy struggling at the moment to get line of sight.
I mean, but at the same time, I mean, the card's not really being...
Yeah, they've got good zone with it.
Not really hovering on it too much, and this is where things could potentially get a little bit hairy for the side of MFC. Trying to get past this opening corner and start swinging around the hairpin. A little bit of space going to be offered up here for the side of Nyam. Trying to shove them back. Good damage there on the tile, but kill cannot be found.
Yeah, no recall for Keela. Went in for a pick on the Daisy. Did a little bit of damage, but had to jump back, so they have to wait for that to come back online before he goes for a second attempt. Just too risky without it. As you can see, Daisy not doing a lot of damage, but the fact that he's here means that MFC just can't push around this corner.
Anti-connecting there on the docks, but Accretion is peeled back. Is Ravati going to be going low? But there's a nano. It's actually going to be set on the tile. He dashes in, immediately finds the melee execution as Daisy will fall. My dot up into the air, taken down as Keela also able to find Mimosa at the same time. I mean, it's a dry nano here on the tile, but one that works out quite well. Capped onto A coming through. MFC going to have quite the time bank.
Hex has got to be happy to see Supreme pulling out the Ana consistently now, trying to set Tayo up for success. This one is a big success, and we'll see the swap off of the Widow here from Nyam. Just too brittle of a composition if the dive comes through, as I was kind of alluding to, but this time it's a Genji basically alone that gets it done. The card's got a decent amount of distance here already, heading towards the second point. And this Zenyatta feels less valuable here in this composition without the Widow. Not offering a ton of poke. I mean, can't help chip out Romani.
Frogger going to be taken out. Dog's able to find that one. Up and over the top. Beam coming through. Scarlet able to go ahead and deal with this Genji. Stickers will find another. Supreme does fall. Romani cleans up Wydot before being broken out of the mech and dealt with.
Mimosa putting the Orb of Harmony on Scarlet throughout that exchange, getting his Transcendence as he heals Scarlet from range, so at least got something out of that.
Nearly 5 ultimates here for the side of Nyam.
Yeah, and it's really tough for Tayo to blade into this with Immortality Field and the Trance, and if he gets caught by Accretion, it's a disaster as well, so even though there's no Brig on the other side, this is a challenging ultimate to block.
Could just solo Flux him as well, but speaking of which, Flux is going to be coming in. They do get the interrupt on that as Scarlet goes for the dupe, copying the Genji, Pulse Bomb out, and Doc's going to be taken down. Scarlet does manage to find Tayo, break on the dupe does come through, but pushing forward, Amani is able to find the kill. Pistols down, Mimosa, Transcendence nowhere in sight. Doc's now going to be swapping over towards that Ramatra now. The card opened up, a lot of space can be taken here and distance covered.
Yeah, it's a big win. They get it done without the support ults, without the Dragon Blade. Just Keela getting in there and setting up the pick, interrupting the Flux. Docs swapping over to Ramatra. He didn't use the Transcendence as he was gunned down by Romani, as you mentioned.
Card now dangerously close. Ant just comes through. Everybody just willing to make their exit here from the side of MMC. They know that they have a decent amount of time still remaining here for them, but Pulse Bomb out from Daisy will basically go ahead and secure even more additional time as Mimosa just able to go ahead and shred down Keela.
Yeah, Romani getting discorded after that pick. He'll have to fly away, otherwise we'll lost his mech again. And here we go, Scarlet holding this corner. NyamGaming still having that trance available. Not having to use it just yet. So powerful if you can get the Annihilation with it. It's pretty insane, but still a ways away from that one. Tayo has the blade and the nano at the ready, so if he doesn't die here.
Down to 33. Pops the deflect, stays alive. He'll gotta be taken down, however, before that sound barrier can come in. Blade out, pulled out, one swipe across, finds Daisy, but now needs to seek a new target. Dashes forward, looking to close the distance, and Tayo able to go ahead and slice and dice his way through Mimosa. Finds that pick, Daisy dead, and with wide out falling as well, that's gonna pick up on B coming through.
It looks like Mimosa wanted to use his trance to trade for the barrier, but left himself super exposed there for Tayo's Blade. I think it was a pretty tough decision to make for Tayo after they lose Keela. Do I actually commit to this fight? We're 4v5 here. Is it actually going to work out? But his Blade is super valuable, and he is able to gun down or slice down that Zen, get the dash reset. So big win for him. A lot of ultimates expended, but absolutely worth to get the cap.
Gonna do that on the Mimosa, just go ahead and hold him at bay.
So weird to see this map so widowless as well. It's so rare. But it's OWCS Japan. We do things a little bit differently. So a little bit of poke onto Ramani.
Builds up towards that next self-destruct, so safety here for the Diva. Scarlet going to be emptied out, has to be cleansed there with the Suzu. Keep nice and alive for the time being as Daisy tries to build up towards that next pulse. Keela going to be taken down. Scarlet with a headshot. If you go ahead, nullify the enemy Tracer. Backpedal from Supreme, just trying to keep everybody alive as they retreat, but Ramani will go ahead and get broken out of this one. Looks like self-destruct is going to be sent. Tayo going to be picked up, and somehow Dox gets taken down by the ult. Ramani's right back into the mech. Joins in with the rest of the squad, keeps him protected with the D-Matrix, and can now just go ahead and start to funnel. Charge towards these other ultimates, goes up onto the high ground, gets the contest here, and the kill onto Scarlet. And it just feels like every time Nyam take one step forward, it's 3 steps back.
Yeah, Scarlet just not able to take the fight there with his squad. It was so broken up, so he couldn't get any value out of the dupe. Doesn't want to use it there, so just doesn't waste it, but ends up wasting some precious time on the defense here. Tayo on this Tracer. Keela back to the Cassidy. Rush out.
Try to conquer the high ground. Doc's going to be slept, but the dupe comes through. Scarlet gets the copy, just trying to push him off the side of the map. We'll just be able to focus fire him, though. Keep him contained. Finds the elimination. Cast now dealt with. Frogger, however, does find Docs. And Scarlet still doing wonders. Comes up with a second. But the struct available. Dupe will expire, I do believe. Yep. It ends up going away. The beam will go ahead and break Ramani out of this one. So defensive hold starting to come to fruition a little bit more into the side of NyamGaming. Just a minute and a half remaining for MFC.
They need to get Tayo, or rather Keela, onto the balcony here. I feel like that's their best bet. If they can get him up here to where this pool is and then allow him to push down into the high ground where he can fire down onto NyamGaming, that would be ideal. If they try to push low ground, it's so easy for Nyam to actually collapse on top of them. They also have that sound barrier coming up. Easier said than done. But I think without getting Keela in position, if he's like trying to fight on the cart here into this archway, it's going to be so tricky. It's kind of what they've opted for now. Instead, Tayo will go for that balcony instead, try to wrap around. Doesn't have a pulse though.
Speaking of which, sent out, finds Ramani though, takes him down about half HP. Can they finish the job? Looking like the answer is going to be yes. Daisy swings the corner, finds up, cleans up another, as that is going to be a very concise team fight win. As NyamGaming go ahead and they find themselves a team kill.
It's looking like this is not going to be a completion here for MFC. They have the barrier, but they'll have to use it first. And if they keep trying to opt into these fights without having balcony control, it's just so difficult on this map. Ramani can for a bit of a slice there. Very tough to win this neutral.
Trying to isolate, trying to separate Docs here. Yeah, they find sleep for a brief little moment with Scarlet. Beam comes down, beaten out, having to be dropped. Frogger shielding up everybody, but Mimosa has the match on the opposite side. The Nano now invested on Ramani just to try to keep him alive with the annihilation from Dogs. Eventually able to find its mark, takes him down, looks for a little bit more. Ramani cannot stay alive, even with the anti here. Dogs still in the fight. Scarlet with the dupe, just looking to break him down. Overtime will bleed out. And now, NyamGaming have themselves a win condition.
They have a win con. They can finish this map, or finish, get closer to finishing the map rather, but beating the distance ends the series is really what I'm getting at. 77.15 is what they need to close this one out after 2 rocky maps of push. Do see this final ult here from Docs is pretty massive in the team fight. Tayo is unable to get that stick. And it's otherwise just really a struggle to get control of the balcony or the archway in those final moments. I feel like MFC had a great amount of momentum, but we got to that final point, just couldn't figure out how to utilize their comp. On defense, we'll see if they want to run the Widow themselves, as we did see briefly Keela hover that one, and we'll be locking it here out of spawn for now. Lifeweaver, I don't know if that's... I don't think that should be real.
Probably not, but...
I mean, it's good if you have...
I guess Petal set up for Keela at the start, but he's hanging back.
Yeah, is he trying to get him a setup and then go back for the spawn? I don't think so. Looks like there was some discussion about whether he should keep it or not, and he will ultimately decide to.
Okay, not something that we see too much of these days.
Yeah, it's McDonald's Life Weaver 2, my favorite skin. I do think that if you have a really strong tank that can brawl, which is not really what D.Va does, this can be quite good when you have the Tree of Life, but...
Oh, well...
Spawn killed, see ya!
I mean, Daisy was ready for it, watching the angle, but it just didn't really react in time. Maybe scratching his nose or something, but good, solid opening kill there from Keela. As now we will go ahead and get some Widow v Widow action. Jump spot, looking for it once again, but no, Daisy gonna opt out of this one as they swap the comp, goes for this Sombra as well as the Genji, so wanting to just identify the Widow's positions, gets those hacks, as well as those dives through. Mane though gonna be the first one targeted. There's an A to use from Supreme to go ahead and boost up that healing. They keep him in the mech, and Keela finds another one as Wydot gets taken down.
Lots of healing output with this comp. Frogger is just keeping Ramani healed up with Supreme, keeping that armor alive, making it very difficult to take him down. Daisy falling here. And now, Dox will fall as well. Kind of weird. I'm not entirely sure why he wasn't able to retreat there, but either way, Mimosa unable to taxi him back to the rest of his squad for a regroup, and that means MFC remains supreme. Oh, wait to say that one. Yeah, I kind of saw the opportunity.
It's understandable. You gotta take him when you see him. But how do they shut down Keela? I mean, we know what they're going to look to try to do. But so far, Keela has been pretty elusive as well as impactful. Shot accuracy thus far has been looking quite good. We'll go ahead and force him off this mid-ground. Mimosa going to be slept somewhere, but looks like he will be okay. Woken up and out to safety. Quick pop of that deflect is Keela looking for more. Has long sight lines here. Not really much pressuring him off the angle. As the shield comes in, though, we'll go ahead and look to relocate.
Supreme sitting on this nano, can give Romani a deep dive here. He's hacked.
Oh, deflect coming through. Final melee hit there from Scarlet. Tucks back, dashes over, does manage to steal away that mini pack. Just in time, keep himself alive, just playing right here on the knife's edge. But Tayo at the same time, able to find two. Daisy, Wydot, both going to be taken down. And even if they can get the break here on this mech, there's still the self-destruct. There's also that Tree of Life in the back to play around with. Wall comes up. Tayo is an absolute menace on the Mei.
It's so hard to play around Tree of Life if you're not winning the fight in such a dominant fashion. So instead of that pick turning into a snowball of the fight, the Tree of Life keeps everybody alive. Romani was, like you said, playing on a knife's edge, didn't want to use the remake and didn't have to. Gets his armor back. They don't have to Blizzard either. I mean, this is looking fantastic. Even though NyamGaming have some big tools here for this next fight, a lot of them can be neutralized. So let's see. Keela's ultimate, not too impactful here in this situation, but if he gets a backline pick, it could be massive.
I mean, but that gets him the reveal on the Daisy. You can see he's stuck behind the statue now. He's got full sights on him. Blade going to be pulled out though. Scarlet on the hunt, but there's the pull out. Managing to keep him safe. That life grip. Ramani does end up getting taken down. Dox able to find that, but now the Blizzard comes into play. EMP going to be committed to. I think it actually whiffed. I don't think it hit anybody.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I think the sign, it broke line of sight. Either way, Tayo not clipped by it. This continues the plus forward. Sleep Dart there on the docks. The cart still occupied here, but time is very much dwindling. Dox in a far forward position. Way too committed, trying to stay alive, and eventually Will falls. Ramani comes right back into the fray, and this is looking like a full hold. 45 seconds still, the cart close, but it's just going to be the beat and the Annihilation to try to get over the line.
And the problem is breaking Ramani out of this mech. Even with Annihilation, you could just avoid it because he's so mobile on this D.Va. With Tree of Life coming back and the Nano Boost, killing this D.Va seems nigh impossible, and the Sound Barrier isn't going to be necessarily useful here without any big ultimates to pair with it. You have to fight around this corner into Keela, which has fantastic accuracy as well. Mimosa might just press Q and hope for the best because this is looking pretty doomed. I think we're going to 5 games.
It's seeming likely here is Ramani going to be
There's the ult.
Getting that nano here from Supreme, the Tree of Life. Just 5% away. Tayo taken down to about half HP, goes into the ice block right as Scarlet tries to dash in for the execute. Kill not found. Scarlet now being focus fired, slowed up. Slowfield finds the break there on Ramani's mech. That's one layer dealt with. The Tree of Life still sat here right in front of this cart. NyamGaming desperately needing this cap. Doc's able to find one. Keela going to be taken down. Seems like this map not quite over just yet. Is up and over the top but cannot escape. Frogger will be hounded down. Scarlet coming away with multiple kills here in the fight. to get them a little bit more of a second lease on life. The cap comes in, team kill, as it's going to be 2.5 minutes added to the time bank.
Yeah, so signs of life. It looked like to me it was Dunzo. The Tree of Life was a little bit late. Obviously wasn't completed in time. And it looked like Ramani didn't have line of sight on him. He didn't get a ton of healing from it. So not entirely sure what happened there, but they focused him down. And he was not able to remain in mech. And once demeched, was kind of just a sitting duck. So the Tree of Life not being super high value. It's going to be a swap over to the Lucio here for Frogger. Try to match the Sound Barrier. Scarlet does have an ultimate here. Just be wary of how he uses it.
Okay, Consider Rush going to be coming through. Tile layering in that Blizzard, forces them back here. So just kind of nullifying the Kiriko ultimate for the time being. Scarlet continues to poke at Frog, trying to keep attention. Hold on him. The dash forward. As the nade comes in, heal it down to a sliver. Final swipe. Scarlet able to find it, dash to the cross, takes out Tayo. Jason going to be caught off. The self-destruct from Ramani, actually able to find Mimosa. Now Scarlet's on an island. Ends up falling to Frogger's hands. Just docks it wide out and out, just a former. As this part will be locked in position here for the time being. 1:25 remaining as Nyam going to have to go for the reset.
Daisy, it looked like didn't really get too much done during the blade there. You have to have someone to follow the blade. It was really well played by Scarlet. He gets the dash reset, comes in and looks for that big damage, but it looked like Daisy just wasn't with him there to actually try to break the front line, and just an easy turnaround here for MFC, who now have that nano boost. Still a winnable game here for NyamGaming. That EMP not ready yet, but is going to be crucial. Should be able to build it off of this hack.
Just trying to set up here for the interrupt. They do stop Ramani from escaping up onto the high ground, but still relatively healthy. EMP nearly built up as Tayo. Just be cautious, but flashbang through. Deflect not going to save him. Tayo will be able to hold his ground, find that kill.
We need this EMP to be a miracle, game-changing EMP for Nyam, because even though they had another lease on life here after that team fight win with the Tree of Life, only have 30 seconds left now. Not enough time to build a Dragon Blade necessarily. Very unlikely. This one needs to be the one that gets them B to get that time bank to then push towards the end. He is forced to
And he's just going to die, potentially. Okay, nope, Suzu does come through, and now they do have Ramani kind of corralled in here. The wall is going to be set up to try to bail him out. Daisy, however, does get taken down. The EMP not going to be this fight, nor will Mimosa, nor will Wydot. Docs, the Annihilation, able to find Tayo, but it's just 8 seconds remaining. As Scarlet and Docs are going to have to try to keep this extended here. The touches there, the overtime will be forced out. MFC looking to bring this year to an end. The Blizzard available, the Sound Barrier here for them. Daisy needs to go huge with the CMP.
I think they really want to save Frogger's ultimate for said EMP. To make sure he does not get caught by this positioning is good so far.
Jumps back, dodges out there, away from Supreme. The Blizzard invested the EMP, catching on to 3, but yep, the beat comes through. Frogger keeping them all alive, and this Blizzard is just locking everybody up. Doc's the last one standing, and not for very long. The overtime will go ahead and bleed down, as that is going to be MFC extending us now into a 5th and final map.
That could not have been a better Sound Barrier coming through from Frogger. Has it right across the wall there, is in a perfect spot to make sure his teammates get hit. He can't get hit by the EMP. It's like during the EMP animation that he's just like, nah, too bad. And as it finishes, Sound Barrier lands on everybody. Perfectly well played. Doesn't get caught himself. Clean fight there in the interim, or rather in the follow-up. And what looked like, okay, MFC are looking like they're struggling, looking like we're going to see a very one-sided series. Third map gets close, gets replayed. More one-sided third map, goes to MFC, still close. And then this one was dominant. The most dominant map from MFC I feel like we've seen this tournament. And maybe just stick with this May pick. It's looking really good.
Yeah, Tayo is just... he's just such a thorn in their side, and they haven't really been able to effectively deal with him. And even when they do, it's a lot of resources being dumped into the May, and then everybody else is opened up to just go ahead and pick people off, Kila in particular. But, I mean, 5th map, MFC, 1 away. Have to go through one more map pick from the side of Nyam, but as we were talking about ahead of Circuit, it just feels like they don't have a great option at this point, because they just have Hybrid left available, and they need something that really enables Docs to kind of pop off on the tank pick.
Looking at the map pool again, we have, so I'll give you guys the list, right? So we have Blizzard World. Probably don't want to play that one because you're getting, I mean, it's very similar to Circuit Rail where you just kind of got bopped. Eichenwald, which gets very open, so not great for Ramacha, which they keep really wanting to sit on. Then you have Kings Row, which is like, okay, I could see that. But they're going to play May, and then you're going to have problems.
Sure.
And then Paraiso, which is, I think, obviously similar to Blizzard World and Circle Royale. Not as open, not as Widow favored, but definitely could be played. So
I feel like you kind of maybe have to go for Kings.
I think Kings is the best choice.
But also we've been seeing, the times that we have seen it, it was a lot of Winston play coming through, from the Korean squads that were playing on that map. So I'd be really curious what they opt for. I think that they're going to be looking to try to enable the Malga as much as humanly possible, and I feel like maybe that has to be Kings, but you don't have a great way to get an early contest on the high ground above the point.
And I think that, I cast Daisy a lot.
Unless you run Sim.
Last season, like in Stage 1 on Insomnia, and for a lot of the first half of the season, he was playing this Sombra, and Sombra was like really strong at the beginning of the season. It got nerfed multiple times. DPS nerfs came through that made like playing Sombra a little bit tougher to actually execute. And it's a pretty niche and rare pick. I think a lot of people think it's very weak right now. But ultimately, he looked pretty rough on this one. This was not the first time the series has played the Sombra. It didn't look that great even when they were winning. Maybe swap off of that. Maybe stop playing the Sombra because he's a really good Tracer player. You could just play Standard Dive. You don't have to play Ramatra Sombra. It's not really a thing.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Curious to see what the adjustments are going to be like because for Nyam, you're at risk of being reverse swept. And you played a close series yesterday. You went the distance. You went to 5 maps. Now you're potentially doing that again, and it's potentially another loss. So considering how things had started here in the series, that would be a bit of a heartbreaker for them. So we'll see if they're going to be able to avoid it. But I have many a curiosity about what this map pick is going to end up being here for them as we're just waiting for the confirmation. Players maybe taking a little bit of a break as well, as it's going to be Blizzard World. It's not Kings. It's not Parai. So it's going to be Blizzard World.
I do wonder what their game plan is going to be here because Ramatra, I feel like, is pretty weak on this map. Obviously can be okay on A defense if you just hunker down and play the point, but it leaves you open to so many different potential issues. Like if they are able to zoom up, grab the high ground away from you, and just fire down on you, you're fish in a barrel. And if you're running the Sombra, and that happens, you're not going to be able to build an EMP fast enough. You could just get bowled over on your defense, and then on attack, Ramatra is practically worthless on that A push. It is so difficult to actually get in there and just win the fight. You'd almost be better off like playing a May Reinhardt comp if you want to play it like that. I mean, again, I'm being facetious here. It is OWCS Japan, so we see some weird stuff from time to time. But it feels like MFC have really hit their stride as to what they want to do and what they want to play. And what we've been seeing from Nyam is kind of the same thing, and it's stopping, it stopped working. So they really need to change something up. And this map choice at least gives me hope that they're planning to do so.
Well, we'll have to just wait as we get ready to jump into this one and see what they do have. Honestly, though, at this point, I feel like I'm just not going to be shocked if it's just Docs just forcing Malga. I feel like you can run it on A decently well, C, sure, but it's going to be B where it's, similar to Hollywood where you have that verticality suddenly added in and can become a really big pain point if you don't have something that can very easily get access to that high ground to try to go for these contests.
If you're attacking with Ramatra and if you get A and then they retreat and then hold the archway heading towards B in the streets phase, then you're just going to get picked away at from range. As we've already seen, Keelet play a pretty good Widow. If he ends up going to the Cassidy, or Tayo goes to the Cassidy because he can do that too, can be very problematic when you're just getting outranged, outpoked. I don't know, because Junker Queen also isn't great here. So time will tell, Achilles.
That it shall. We hear that music, which means that it's time to jump into Blizzard World, our 5th map here, the 2nd series. Let's see who's going to be walking away with the win. NyamGaming needing to bounce back after that Circuit Royale did not go their way. Let's see if Blizzard World can treat them a bit better.
You ever visit Murloc Island?
Can't say that I have.
I tried to, but then I got environmentally killed. So I never went back.
I like that there's just people walking around back there.
Yeah, that seems like a dangerous place to be.
It's basically saying oh yeah, so these areas of Blizzard World are currently off limits. There's some people fighting to the death here, but please enjoy the rest of our facilities.
Sure, yeah. At least they kind of corralled him in the right place.
Whoa!
Bit of a pause.
Gonna get my earpiece back in.
That might be ping related or something like that. The server didn't crash, so that's relatively good news.
That's a positive.
Maybe maybe Tayo was like, my knee acts up when I think the server's going to crash. Hold up. Like, I need to pause right now.
Get some aches in my joints. You can feel it coming. It's like a storm.
And it's certainly...
Okay, it's just a ping issue.
Okay, so. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because usually when you have the pause right at the beginning, somebody loads in and it says like, all right, I'm at like 180 ping. That's not normal. You got to...
Well, for Frogger it would be.
Sure.
But, yeah, we'll hopefully just to fix it, I guess, is what I'm hoping happens. Maybe just a quick DC Reese, you know?
Yeah, probably. Or just check your routers, you know. Unplug it, plug it back in. Yeah, a little power cycle.
Wait 10 seconds. Turn it back on.
You know, unplug the Ethernet cable and blow on it, like, and then put it back in, just like the NES cartridge days.
The old days. God, that was. I'm curious. Like, I'm curious what the record is for me when I was a kid. Like, how many times did I have to remove the cartridge and blow into it to get the game to actually play?
So the thing,
I feel like I've probably had like maybe like 15.
So the thing for me was my first like cartridge-based system that I really owned. I played a ton of NES, Super Nintendo before this was the N64, and I always thought blowing was the answer because that's what everyone said. But for me, it was actually putting it in there and kind of giving like a bit of a bang, like this.
Yeah.
And then it would make sure the connectors went
making
through.
sure the pins really connect.
And every time I know it would work is when I press the power button, it would do this little flicker, and I was like, oh, it worked. And then it would work every time. I always got the flicker. The flicker meant it was good.
You needed to put that up on like GameFAQs when you were a child. You could have saved so many people's just hours of time spent blowing into cartridges.
It was Star Fox 64 that gave me the most trouble. Probably as I wore that cartridge out. Probably played like 50,000 hours of that game as a kid.
I'm trying to remember what mine would have been. I think it might have actually been the Terminator 2 game for the Sega Genesis, which I gotta say, horrendous experience.
Hold up, I don't think.
Well, the problem is it's a game that because it was just a copy of the arcade game, which uses a light gun. So you were basically trying to aim with a D-pad on a Genesis controller, where you were supposed to have a light gun. So not the best experience in the world. So a lot of effort and a lot of blowing into cartridges just to try to play this game that at the end was kind of horrendous.
Did you not have Sonic the Hedgehog 2?
I believe I did. I think I had
you
one.
Just put that game in and played that instead.
I think I had 1 and 2. I never got Sonic and Knuckles. Didn't have that one.
Sonic and Knuckles was great. I like 2 the most though. Just because it's the one I played the most. It's the one all my friends. I didn't have a Genesis. I do now, but I didn't back then.
I'm pretty sure that Sonic is what inevitably aided in giving me thalassophobia, because those water levels scared the ever-loving crap out of me as a child. When that music starts ramping up,
dun, 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 dun.
You're just like, oh God, please stop.
Somebody never got Plastic Chemical Plant Zone 2. All right, we're in the game now. And we do have Tayo on the Mei on defense. Nyam's attack is the Echo Tracer. Still running the Junker Queen. I feel like not impossible, but pretty challenging here. I like what MFC have set up because they have the D.Va still high ground, low ground contest pretty good, and you still have the long range, well, relatively long range in this Cassidy. And you have the Mei to wall people out. So force the full wraparound here to get that Junker Queen on the point.
Nice. Minor connect there. Space being taken here on the point. Dox over this corner. Wall coming up, not really cutting off much. And for now, uncontested here is the point. First tick going to be snatched up. And Scarlet going to be taken down. Doc's going to be antied out with the flashbang. We'll go ahead and be able to break down those front lines. So cleanup going to be coming through. So overall, solid start to the defense here from the side of MFC. But
it's so insane how much MFC's momentum has shifted since we had push, right? Like it went from shaky to like we're stalling, we're taking some scrappy
being
fights.
Like, what the hell do we play?
Yeah, then just being like insanely dominant as soon as Ty was playing the Mei as a ice block there.
And solve the equation. Well, it's a pass swap. Scarlet can just go straight over here onto the Genji once more.
Yeah, they do have some struggles getting into the back line, however. Look at this high ground control. He has the extra health now.
Good for the contest, but there will come through. Able to get that deflect across onto that flashbang, but Daisy going to be taken down to Supreme, locked in that nade. Dox taken low, maybe even taken down. Sends out the knife, tries to get the axe through, but cannot make it happen. Once again, it's the Electric Cowboy from Kila delivering on all fronts. 3, 4 more kills, lost count, doesn't matter. Defensive hold comes through. MFC Still only surrendering that opening 44% or so. And now they have the time bank drained by half.
I have to remind you, Achilles, to vote for POTM if you didn't yet.
Oh.
Just to put out there. Frogger sitting on an ult. Scarlet, you know, again, he's got most of an ultimate here, but they don't have the Ana, so Hex is going to be upset, and it's just so hard to actually get into backline with this front line that's so unbreakable, plus the fact that you have the Mei wall. It's just insanely challenging, and it's hard for him to even build anything because MFC are just playing so far back, because there's the ice block gone. So that's somewhat of a boon, potentially.
Just on the high ground, Scarlet trying to break things open, but Keela able to find Dogs. Mimosa wide out, pulled under fire. Mimosa going to fall. Beat in there from the side of Frogger to keep everybody alive, and the cleanup will continue. 10% more gained overall, but cannot get to that second tick team kill, as there's now 1 minute and 8 seconds remaining in the time bank.
It's just, I love how little hesitation there is for MFC. The second the Genji shows up there, Supreme, bam, big bio grenade onto everybody, saying you're not going to be able to get any kills, you're not going to get any dash resets. Then the second it looks like he might get one, Frogger says, I'm dropping my sound barrier, I should have the faster build on this. They won't have it for this push, and this is where the Dragon Blade is ready. This is the biggest challenge here for MFC, but the start has been fantastic. See what Scarlet can do with this one as they go in for the full wraparound. Again, Romani will see them.
5v4 in the ultimates here. That Blizzard could very much undo everything on this push for the side of the NyamGaming. Kitsune Rush sent by Wydot as they look to try to push their way forward. Blizzard sent, kill's not going to be found, Pulse Bomb as well. Making a connection there for Daisy. Sound Barrier now going to be dropped in here from Mimosa. The blade pulled out, Scarlet into the back line, able to find Supreme, but Deadeye from Keela able to find Wydot at the same time. So trade out, but the ante from Docs on the Rampage is absolutely monstrous. Finds out, finds pretty much everybody, as the Baby Diva remake will be denied. That's going to be Nyam here, the final vestiges of their time bank. Getting the cap, getting that bump up, and getting a second lease on life.
So still, it's a decent time buy. Like, the time bank is quite small here for NyamGaming, but, you know, we've seen momentum shift massively in maps like this. Even though I'm not really a big fan of the Junker Queen here, that ante was fat. I mean, it was beautiful there, and Docs has been so good at this pick. Romani on the high ground here, but they're not able to stop them from getting through the archway. Scarlet swaps over to match the Mei here. Really interesting, as they're just matching what MFC are doing in that regard here. Keela still has range supremacy. It's going to be a big problem for them, but the cart keeps rolling. MFC kind of poking, but only with Diva. So not able to abuse the lack of long range that well from Nyam, in fact.
I'm trying to isolate. Trying to pick here, but ultimately the wall will expire.
I like how you put that, isolate.
Fully unintentional, as a little bit of damage going to be found here. Tayo taken low off screen. Ice block pop from Scarlet. Eventually able to find Mimosa. Wydot still similarly under some fire. Doc's trying to open things up a bit. Does get the knife through. Pulls back there onto Frogger, but just cannot confirm any kind of kill. Now is at risk and will be hounded down as Romani comes crashing through. Should be some semblance of control here as Daisy Pulse Bomb going to be going out wide, and Keela nearly finds the 2-tap to be able to take down the enemy Tracer.
Weird ice wall there, but ultimately will just end up being a normal one. It's not going to be able to save. Mimosa, however...
This is scrappy as all hell.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, but I think ultimately MFC do win this. And a lot of tools wasted there. I feel like Tayo really stole the show away on buying time on that first initial part of the attack, and now has the Blizzard. Daisy, picked up on the flank.
That's a pretty brutal pick to pound here.
I mean, I don't want to call it BM, but a little bit of taunting coming through here for Romani as well. That cannot be happening. I mean, that's basically just 20 seconds of a real push gone off of a single pick. And I mean, Docs is going to have that famous Rampage, or the Rampage that he's so famous for here in a moment. Might have to be what wins this one for them. But I mean, with the sound barrier here and the Blizzard and no high ground control, good luck, NyamGaming. This is going to be a tough one.
5v4 again here in the ultimates. His card being brought forward. Daisy just trying to escort that up. I mean, Blizzard committed from Scarlet, but he's going to be the first one to fall. Frogger able to find that kill. Tayo will be frozen himself. Soundbear shielding keeps him alive for a little bit longer, but Docs eventually finds it. Daisy now dead. Deadeye going to be popped. Rampage goes across, does connect onto Frogger, but there's the nano onto the back end. Frogger going to be taken down. Wydot committing here with that Kitsune Rush. Nearly gets taken out, though, as Keela, this electric cowboy, desperately looks for some picks. Eventually will fall down. Docs finds that kill, but now Wiley's going to be left on his lonesome here on the point. The knife does not connect, and they're able to hound him down. Overtime starting to bleed. Can anybody go for the touch? There's going to be yes. They do manage to get Daisy back over here as well as Scarlet, but as the wall comes up, the corpses will fall. And that will be at the cart just in front of point B. As MFC give themselves a win condition.
I feel like Nyam are kind of starting to fall apart. Like you mentioned the scrappiness of the fights. They could have just regrouped. There was so many different things they could have done, but I think they're really starting to feel the pressure. Remember, for context, they were one team fight away from winning this series 3-0. We had to regame. They lost the second version of that map. We went to Escort. They got kind of destroyed there. And yes, they do end up capping A, but it wasn't clean. Their composition a little bit rickety. And then team fighting here somewhat poorly after getting some nice advantages as the Overlord looks on. But I've got a feel for them in a lot of ways because they were so close to having this massive win and now on the verge of getting reverse swept here. It's just a little bit about halfway to B that MFC need to get in order to get that reverse sweep to completion in another 5-gamer here in OWCS Japan. Wild, and perhaps that explains some of the crazy decision making here and some of the frustration it almost feels like you can see as Dox is going to show Winston here. It is real. It's on the defense.
Yeah.
And it's, wow, look, it's just the Korean comp. It's Winston, Tracer, Ashe with the Brigida to protect the Ashe and the Ana to, of course, nano boost and protect the Winston. It can be tough, though, into May if you get frozen. Obviously, into the Cassidy, the burst damage is there. The sleep is going to be there. Supreme is keeping the Ana. See if they want to make any changes once they see this, but got to be very patient. Dox wants to try to keep high ground control as he scouts this comp out. Will then rejoin his teammates.
Quick turn from the Widow, a headshot attempt. Dynamite from Daisy. Yeah, doesn't connect on anybody there. But, I mean, you know, playing into the Winston, anticipating that it was going to be the Diva coming through. Ramani now just says, okay, I'm happy to go right over to the Jungle Queen.
Let's see what Daisy can get done here.
Himself being jumped on. Daisy gets the final one, though, as Tayo will fall. Keela able to go ahead and get the punish, but Ramani gets caught up in the mix, so ultimately the fight win goes the way here. Oh, but NyamGaming, Fly Dot Dead does make for a very slow run back. Keela able to find one more, so supportless now are Nyam.
Attackers do have the advantage here of spawn, so trading like that feels really nice here for MFC. We'll see if they can punish, if they can capitalize. As Frogger is zooming here to see if he can maybe set up a
turn on the corner, bit of a jump scare.
Yeah, he's like, oh, okay, well, we can't do this. But they do have now this point under their control. Tayo getting onto this one as well. Hit the first tick.
Dox just zapping where possible. Contest comes in. Anti across. Ramani does get caught by that. Will be kept alive, though. Keela tries to open things, but Mimosa, you see that whip shot coming down from above. Finds the punish. Tracer now dead. Dox leaps back up onto the high ground. The second tick nearly coming through, but with Ramani getting taken down, it looks like MFC are going to have to do it on another cycle here. Gives Nyam another opportunity to try to get entrenched.
And Nyam, why don't you just play these meta Korean comps if you could play them this well? They're super good at it. Dox controlling high ground, low ground. Mimosa blocking Keela's Tracer flank, shutting them down. They will have a massive ult advantage here very soon. I mean, they already essentially do, but it's going to get even bigger here with the rally coming online. Bob for so much time by. Nyam could pull off the full hold here. We're still 2 minutes away from that, but it feels like they are just in full control. This comp working out so much better for them.
In a good spot, and the retake has allowed them to go ahead and gain the lead in those support ultimates, which is going to be critical for them. The rally just 10% away. Wydot trying to build up towards that nano. As Tayo takes a lot of early damage, but ultimately it's going to be okay. Oh, Scarlet trying to go for style points. Let's get that pulse bomb stick across onto the enemy Tracer. It does end up going wide.
Money so low, gets purpled as well, but we'll get healed up now.
Kilos and pulse bomb sent. Combination's not going to be found. Knife not getting the connection. Can't try to get that isolation pick.
Tayo's about to have Blizzard.
Swing around the sides here. Blizzard now online, can go ahead and try to clear out the point. They're just starting from that first tick, though. Weren't able to confirm the second. Supreme getting jumped on, pops the cleanse. Dox using the primal, gets himself out, and that's the Blizzard off the point. Tayo is able to find one. Scarlet will be taken down, but Supreme eventually found here as Dox leaves him down. Looks for a little bit more. Still relatively healthy as that primal does expire.
I feel like Tayo has to swap off of this May now. Look at that Sound Baron swap to, okay, Kiriko coming back. Bit of a weird decision here from MFC.
Rampage across, able to find two, but the bomb out from Daisy comes up with 2 kills. Frogger and Keela both going to be taken down a third as Tayo falls. How has this happened?
Oh,
it's nearly a Bob Ace!
I mean, it's basically a Bob Ace. They just trickle in one by one. Disastrous fight here. And as you mentioned, the Blizzard off the point. Not what you want. It's too late to swap to Genji. Now you're never going to build a Dragon Blade on this one. Should have swapped earlier when they saw the composition. NyamGaming had the ult advantage, and they still hard forced into it. The Blizzard was very poor. And MFC, it looks like the wind is finally out of their sails after they had so much momentum. 2 maps in a row. NyamGaming, nothing left in the war chest here, but still compositionally do have that advantage that they can shut down Tayo.
Scarlet nearly has a pulse bomb here on this Tracer, and that could be the difference maker, depending on if he can find the stick or not.
Only 1 tick for
Shout
MFC.
use from Ramani, Supreme down low. Zap's coming through, but Dox, has he overstepped? The answer's going to be yes. Tayo able to find that punish, an opening here for the side of MFC as they make their way over onto the point.
See what you can do, Tayo, with this huge advantage.
Pulse bomb out from Scarlet, able to find Ramani. Doc's going to be swapping over onto the Doomfist and trying to get back here a little bit faster. Scarlet right now trying to be the hero, trying to be the one keeping things contested. Right now, he's locking them in place. Recall going to be popped right back up over towards full HP, and Doc's arrives. Scarlet finds Supreme, falls low, stays alive and in the mix here. As Tayo tries to find something. Seismic Slam up onto the high ground. Kilo with the pulse bomb, gets rid of Mimosa. Daisy going to be taken down, and now it's only left to Dox. He's not going to be able to stand.
Huge
And
win.
my goodness. 2.5 minutes going to be added here to the time bank as MFC barely clutch it out, but they get themselves the team kill.
Hold the presses. I was right in the obituary. I thought it was done for sure.
Yeah.
I didn't think they could do it without the Dragon Blade. I thought there was no way. They swapped over the Kiriko. They were swapping between the Kiriko and the Moira, trying to figure out which last-ditch attempt comp was going to work, but it's Dox who kind of oversteps there, ultimately giving them that extra momentum. 2 minutes now is definitely enough time here, and those ultimates they didn't have for the last push are getting much closer now. This is definitely winnable here for MFC. What a roller coaster of a series.
This has been all the crazy map. Scarlet doing the damnedest to try to keep that extended, but still an opportunity here for Nyam, but have to work through 1 minute and 40 seconds as Kila here on the flank, joined by Ramani. He keeps Scarlet at bay, forcing him back for now. Knocks over onto the cart. Just leaps up. Doesn't want to be too much of an alt battery here with Seema. Tayo with an opener. Does take down Daisy. Push can very much now resume. Blade getting pulled. Tayo going for it. Looking for a target. He's still very low, and he's going to get punished. Mimosa able to find that kill, but still space being bought. Pulse bomb going in. Ramani going to be taken low, but now the Coalescence in play from Supreme. The sound barrier still available here from Frogger. Patiently does he want to play this one out. The cart still getting closer and closer. The Bob going to be sent this time. Not going to be finding a multi-kill. It will force them back. But MFC, they still have that crucial ultimate.
Yeah, Rally though is going to be ready, and Ramani's going to get staggered, but that won't necessarily matter too much here because really it's just one more team fight that MFC get. These staggers are going to hurt, but you still get that one more fight. You're not giving over too much ult charge here. As long as nobody else gets caught, it's going to be fine, but it means that Dox has Primal. They've got the Nano to boost him as well, and Sound Barrier alone isn't necessarily going to be what they need. I guess there's an argument that Ramani could actually build that ultimate and get a big purple here. That could be huge because there's no sound barrier, of course, in return for NyamGaming. But it's going to come down to this final fight.
Rally, Nano, Primal, Pulse, NyamGaming. So many tools as Tayo going to be the focus fire target. Sound barrier coming through. Frogger able to shield up everybody other than Supreme as they now pivot targets towards that Moira. Down low, antied out, but the kill cannot be found. Going up onto the high ground, looking for the stick. Won't be able to make it happen. Doc's now going to be nano boosted up. Finds Tayo, Frogger, Ramani, all dead. So very close, yet so far away. This time, I don't think the comeback is going to be coming through. MFC so very close to pulling off this reverse sweep, but NyamGaming in the end will find their win. They take them down 3-2. With a hold here on Blizzard World.
They couldn't win Game 5 against Varel yesterday, but they will get it done here in the 5th map of Blizzard World. A map that looked like was not going to be theirs, one where they looked a little bit lost on, but they are ultimately able to get it done in the end. Very close, and I feel like that overextension from Dox on the A defense made me feel like, oh man, this might actually just be done. So they might be a little bit tilted, they might be frustrated, but no, they do bounce back, they do get it done. They had ult advantage, they were willing to finally change up their composition. They played the Korean Winston comp, and it works a treat. It's tough to say who's going to get player of the match. I voted, because we vote after someone hits match point, I voted a long time ago for Dox. I still think that vote's pretty reasonable, but it's tough to say because the DPS line had a good showing as well. And I don't know, NyamGaming showing they do have the tenacity. I was really doubting. I was doubting. Yeah. I was telling you, you know, like, hey, they had it done. Like one team fight away from winning the series. Now they have to go to 5. but they bounced back mentally. Very impressive to see.
Yeah, overall, nice, but yeah, I was right there with you. It looked like they were just crushed after the regame, and with MFC starting to get the run back. But unfortunately for MFC, that victory not going to be found here today. Very dangerously close to pulling off that reverse sweep, so it was good tenacity from them to force this as far as it went, but unfortunately, they just can't quite get it done. If I could change my MVP vote, I'd probably go for Bob. He had a really good map. That was kind of insane, but I went with Scarlet, and I think that kind of does hold true. I think there was a couple moments, obviously Circuit Royale, the maps overall that MFC had won. Nobody on Nyam particularly looked fantastic, but in all of their dominant performances, Scarlet was huge. Whether it was the Genji, but especially the Echo, just really damn well played.
Yeah, my dog's vote was all the way back from when he was like locking Tayo down in his cages and denying the Dragon Blades.
When we were going into Runasapi for the first time.
Yeah, exactly. Like I thought that Docs had a really good first half. Second half, he kind of got me in the first half, not gonna lie. The second half was not as clean.
Yeah.
But I still think that if he hadn't played as well as he did on those first two maps, that things could look differently. We might be looking at a bit of a different situation than Miku Fried Chicken taking the W. I gotta say, frustrating situation all around for everybody with these strange disconnects that we are having. Let's see who picks up player of the match.
It's Docs. Okay, well, I've been outvoted, so, but, you know, another shout-out to Scarlet, because I think you've done well.
Yeah, we'll watch some of these highlights, because locking down players with the cage at the beginning of the series was super impressively well done. I thought that, you know, his zoning, his positioning, his re-engages with his stomps were pretty good overall. Looked a little bit shakier when he was moving on to the Ramatra, but had some good Ramatra moments as well.
Yeah, I mean, that Malga at the very beginning was impeccable, as well as on the first bit of Runasapi that had been played before we had the regame. Clearly, the comfort on Malga is immense for Docs, has great timings, and understood the assignment, which was, okay, I'm here to make Tayo's life hell. So anytime a Dragon Blade gets pulled out, I'm dropping the cage, we're isolating, we're killing. But, yeah, well, congratulations to Docs as well as Nyam, who are already off to a very hot start here in the season. Yeah. I don't think they got any wins last stage.
Yeah.
Maybe one versus Namekuji, but we don't remember either way. Just the performances that have been put on display across the last 2 days, immensely improved.
Much better. That puts them on a 1-1-0, because they were -1 after yesterday. They end up winning Game 5 this time. So sitting even, but definitely one of our big contenders to actually take one of those top 3, top 2 spots potentially.
Well, we of course have one more series for you tonight, and no idea how this one's going to go either. Could be another slugfest. We're about to find out, though, as it's going to be REVATI going up against Namekuji Bros. That'll be taking place in just a little bit, so stick with us. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll come back and get into the action for that series. Alrighty, we are back, and we have one more series to round out this evening. We've got Ravati going up against Namekuji Brothers. Now, I know there's plenty of people out there hearing the name Namekuji Brothers, and they're like, oh my god.
They're like, it's nozzle time!
It's time! It's not.
It's not time.
It's not nozzle time.
He is not playing in OWCS Japan. His team didn't qualify. But I'm sure the king will return. Until then,
That's what we're hoping for.
some new Namekuji brothers will have to hold down the fort and keep us entertained and keep the spirit of Namekuji brothers alive. They don't need to play the Namekuji brothers comp. They can play normal comps now because they don't have nozzle. They did bring they had a 3-2 loss to MFC, or sorry, 3-2 win against MFC yesterday. So unfortunately, MFC losing again in that 5th game. So 2 back-to-back Game 5 losses to start the season off.
Yep, a bit brutal from them, but a 3-0 kicking off that day. But let's go ahead and start taking a look here at our rosters. Ravati, a bit of an extended bench here for them, but our starting players going to be some pretty familiar faces here. Of course, Hofak there in that DPS lineup, someone that we're always going to have our eyes on.
Yeah, Hofak and Hartoon are super strong. Hofak's my goat, if you guys been watching. Besides Nozzle, of course.
True.
And Undersea. But he's like top 3 goated for Wolf in OWCS Japan. Fearful coming in, so Kataro no longer just going to be the guy. They will have a secondary tank here, and it will be starting today. NHZ and Epic don't have a ton of information about these guys. We'll see how they do perform, as this roster has expanded. Epic playing for Vesta Crew in the past, and NHZ playing for Vesta Crew, NyamGaming, and Ravati in the past, so has a lot of experience. Then over here, Jisoo's still on this roster. Of course, he's the owner of the team. But Peace, New Jeans, and what is the pronunciation guy tell me?
Yeah, I think we're going to have to consult real quick.
In Saru. Yeah, I don't know about that. He's a Korean player, so... And his Korean name is Pak Konu. So I'm not really... We're just going to have to call him the Cecil. I can't remember what they called him yesterday, but they also struggled a little bit.
No Cecil. All right. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it in-game. And we might have some bridges, because we're going to Lijiang Tower to start things off. So we'll see if we get Gardens as one of our sub-maps. But I am, curious to see how these teams are going to be looking and whether or not this is going to be another competitive clash or if one team is just going to come out here swinging and look a little bit more consistent.
That is the question. We have seen a lot of Game 5s so far here in Japan. Only one series has not gone the distance.
That is
And that was with the high school team. So that one was expected, but everything else has just been super close. We did not get the dream of getting all 3 control maps. We're going back to Lijiang for the final map. No Nepal today, but that's okay. See what these comps look like. As yesterday, it was a little bit scrappy. We saw a lot of different stuff out of both of these squads. I'm looking forward to potentially seeing Bambi on Echo.
Yeah.
In a real comp, not just Namekuji Brothers.
Alrighty, well, let's go ahead and get loaded up here for the action. The opening map of our final series of the evening. Heading over to Lijiang Tower, Ravati versus Namekuji Bros. And how funny would it be if we got into this one and Necessal just played Roadhog as well?
That would be fun. As we do have the names swapped, so don't be confused. The left team is, in fact, Ravati. And Necessal is a Nozzle. Whoa, that makes me motion sick. Thank you, Observer. Bit of a Nozzle similarity in name, but not in playstyles. He's going to be going on the Junker Queen. No Bambi for this first map, as mentioned. New Jeans and Peace. It's going to be Cassidy Tracer against Ash Tracer. And the Winston here for Namekuji Brothers makes this the Korean standard comp.
Pushing forward here. Cecil up along the side, Axe across. Beating down Hofak a bit. Dynamite, there's a couple different connections there, but it's going to be Fearful who does get taken down as Peace is able to find that kill, but Dynamite eventually claims its victim. Kill's going to be taken down. Cap is there, though, however, for the side of Namekuji all the same.
Fearful going to swap to Doomfist to try to rush back in here. as quickly as he can. I think that's a reasonable swap.
Oh, Necessel. You know what? I like PP, but maybe Necessel might be my new favorite. As we'll find a couple extra kills. Hartun getting involved, finding a piece of the action. Quick flip here into Ravati's favor, but just be taken right back away from them here as we wait for some of these respawns. NHC and Fearful both looking to second their way back through here as quickly as they possibly can. Anti going to expire. Eugene's got under a little bit of fire, will eventually fall down, and it looks like the hold can come through as Epic puts the nano out onto Hofak.
Hofak's kind of popping off. He is the GOAT after all, so fairly reasonable thing to expect, as now he outranges Eugene's. And Fearful, had to swap to this Doomfist initially to try to contest. They didn't get the super fast cap, but it was quick enough. He's kind of priced into it now for a little bit here, so composition disjointed. Maybe this Kitsune Rush could be the game changer here for Namekuji to get the flip.
Okay, well, Kitsune Rush going to be coming through. Punch out from Fearful, able to get the stun on the 2, but looking for a pick here on the Deadeye. Won't be able to find it, but the neutral kill still going to be coming in. Hofak, the bomb sent from beyond the grave, able to find 2 kills. As Jisoo will literally be taken down, and now it's just Peace who has to really make his exit. Will be able to get over towards the drop ship, but ultimately everything in the kitchen sink. Thrown to that one from the side of Namekuji Bros, but they do get staved off.
It was so close for them to get that cap, with not getting that initial pick there with the Deadeye, buying some additional time, and then the Bob doing big work for the second time in this series. This Piece does have a pulse bomb here, but that's really all they've got, and they are running out of time. Fearful sticking with his Doomfist also, as he has not really been sent home to spawn.
Nearly picked off there. Does manage to stay alive. Pulse bomb at the ready from Peace sends in, but connection not going to be found. Cannot get a kill off that one. Fearful now dropping down, looking for the execution. That's going to be Necessal take it down by the Meteor Strike. Follow-up kills looking solid. Even a stagger here on the Jisoo. This Piece, once again, last one standing, needs to try to go for the touch here, but he's already been scouted out. They know exactly where this Tracer is. Dashes forward, does force out the overtime. No swap seen on either side. Can he get the retouch? Manages to work his way forward. Punch out on the 2 in the meantime as Fearful tries to slow up the reinforcements, and they should just about manage to make it happen. Rampage across, only going to connect here onto NHC. As the shield is raised, he'll fall low on HP, but ultimately will still be alive. The cleanup is there, as the overtime will bleed down. It's 112% team kill, as the first round goes the way of Ravati, and yes, I'm going to keep doing that.
He hasn't missed a single one so far. He's been on the ball. Yeah, just a pretty significant advantage Ravati had after that retake. Very difficult to actually break them. Even with the Doomfist, it just didn't end up being punishable. Namekuji Brothers put everything into that one team fight, and they just didn't have the tools otherwise. They're going to swap and match composition, though, moving into our second point here. So Winston Tracer, Ash comps a piece. NHZ showing the Life Weaver for now. And it's interesting also to see the Lucio Kiriko with this Winston comp. Not your traditional follow-up. You generally need the Ana and her healing output to keep the Winston alive. I like Ravati's more standard approach a lot more here. Moving into the second round, they will swap to Tracer after the TP.
Let's see if Fearful gets forced over onto the Doom. I mean, we know that it's kind of his maximum comfort. Just from our opening loading screen, but Hofak just hounding him down, finds the opening kill. That's Lucio gone. And should set up for the opening cap, especially as the enemy Ash is also going to get picked off here. Fearful limit testing a bit, does manage to go down to 80 HP before getting out to safety, and that's going to be quite a bit of ult charge here for Epic and NHC.
It's a huge win for Epic. He can very safely continue to heal him because he is an Ana. Unfortunately, Jisoo will not be so lucky. Cap comes through, as Necessal going to come in and contest.
Alright, well, Hofak with an opening headshot there on the piece. Necessal, if you watch this, we're sorry.
Yeah, I feel bad. But it is. Alright, Hofak's got long line of sight here. Bubble's forced early. This is so much control here for Ravati. And they have that nano nearly ready.
Just take it down again. Necessal just felled as Fearful gets closer and closer with Primal. Trying to do the touch the spawn doors challenge. Ravati about to find success on that front as Jisoo going to be taken out. The hold continues. Pulse bomb now available. And Ravati, I mean, they haven't needed to expend anything yet.
I mean, Namekuji Brothers kind of known for running a little bit off meta. This is much more meta than what we saw from them in Stage 1, but the Kiriko is going to have the ult for this push, but I feel like it's way less useful than that nano boost is going to be.
Pulses through. No way to cut that one off, and the Consider Rush does get committed to. NHC will get taken down, and successfully able to find one. Primal delivers a kill onto Epic, so now it's going to be supportless here on the side of Ravati as Hofak similarly ends up getting taken down. So we're going to open things up a little bit more.
Epic tossing the ult into Hofak as well as he's dying to try to save him, but the fight was lost. That's another tool gone. They're going to buy time.
They still need to get this flip though, and Fearful has his own Primal. Now he's going to go ahead and pops that one. This is just seeking a target as NHC works his way back over onto the point, but he's pretty much unescorted. It's a shield bash here to try to peel for himself a little bit more. Whip shot as well to just try to force back this Winston, who will leap over the top. Really getting the stop there on a Hadouken, but eventually it's just going to be isolated and taken down. The flip not coming through is absolutely brutal here for the side of Namekuji as Ravati now get ready to crest 90%.
NHC just wins the 1v1 with the rally coming through. I remember when Overwatch 2 was announced, everyone's like, I heard Brigida's going to grow up and be a real tank. Well, she kind of was in this scenario here is, oh boy.
Hadouken able to find peace. Picks off the Tracer. That's a lot of the delay tactics here taken away. Cecil over onto the Doom, looking for a bit of a back cap here in quotations. As the contest will come in. Pulse bomb lobbed out on the floor. Stick not going to be found. Missed raise. Cecil trying to stay alive as the bomb gets invested. Beat gets dropped. Just on to 3 players. Neither DPS player from the side of Namekuji receiving that shielding. Epic under a little bit of fire. Finds some stability, but that gets taken down. Solid opening kill, but Harton again finding the dip here on the piece. Takes him out. Ansi on the Necessal. Jisoo going to be taken down now. Supportless here for this Doom and this Ashe. As it's going to be 100-0 here on Night Market to close out a 2-0 win on Lijiang Tower for Ravati.
Yeah, the scrappier fight definitely goes Ravati's way there, as some moments looked really good for the Namekuji brothers, but like the 1v1 where the rally coming through, the Brigida actually out healing. The lack of extra healing for Necessal really hurts him when he's playing that Winston matchup into the opposing Winston. They have the Ashe damage as well, so you end up losing out on a lot of neutrals, or you end up getting exposed when you have to jump back, swapping over the Doomfist the last minute to try to have that last minute contest. Not really his fault there, but the pick onto the support means he doesn't have the healing to win it out. It looks like just in scrappier fights, the more meta composition is the stronger one.
Yep, that, and I mean, just really good performances. I mean, Hadouken, he's off to a roaring start so far on that Tracer. Hofak as well, I mean, got caught a couple times at the end there. So there is some bite here for this Namekuji Bro squad. But Ravati just a bit too clean. Not being able to get these flips coming through ends up costing them. The percentage gets out of control. And for a while, they were also contained within the spawn room. So we'll see what Namekuji is going to do as far as the map pick is going to be concerned. So curious to see where they opt to take us. We've been having nothing but Flashpoint as our second maps so far.
It's going to be Sarabasa.
It's been Sarabasa quite a lot. So we'll see if they continue with that one, or if maybe we can have a slight change up.
Straight to Sarabasa, Junker Queen Mirror. That's all I can. That's all I can give you, Kilios. That's where we're going.
Well, you're throwing it down.
I cast a lot of Japanese Overwatch last season, so that's kind of like where my headspace is at. We love our Sarabasa. We love our Junker Queen. Maybe we have Bambi sub in. Maybe a little bit of Echo, and then we go somewhere else.
Could do. I mean, Echo played totally fine on Flashpoint, Escort, etc. So maybe we have a sub. We're not sure yet. We'll find out in a bit, and could be why we're still waiting to see the map draft come in.
Yeah, just making sure.
Our chat's not been updated yet, so
nope.
Have no idea if that's
no
going to be
infos. I don't think we go to break here, right?
Nope.
Yeah. So,
not until after the second map.
Yeah, so we're just kind of chilling for a second. Thank you guys all for watching. I know tonight and yesterday we've had some technical difficulties. The matches have gone a little bit longer than usual.
It'd be what it do.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are still trooping it out and hanging out with us.
We're doing an online league. These things can happen.
Yeah, we're getting late into the night here in Korea, but not as late into the night as 9K and Unknown did yesterday, but still.
Very true.
Bit of a grind to watch all these matches, but you guys are super passionate and make it worth it for all of us and the players who are staying up late in Japan as well to play this one out, and other places in the world as well in the case of the last match. But yeah, it's been pretty wild. Like last season, we started off Stage 1 with it being very one-sided games. Lots of 3-0s, lots of outclassing, lots of new rosters. Yeah, but now we're seeing with the new map picks and map type picks, a little bit more diversity. We're seeing a lot more close series. So looking fun. Like this season is shaping up to be... Like last season, we had 2 clear favorites in Varel and Six Blow, and then we had Insomnia come up as kind of this underdog. This time it's like, I don't know, anyone could take the trophy. I mean, right now it's still early, but looking like literally there's not a clear best team.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like maybe Varel still the one on top, just given that they have like kind of the most history and dominance within Japan, but they got pushed by Nyam, you know, I don't know. It feels like there's a lot more parity across the board, and there's no clearly defined top place team. There's no clearly defined bottom place team.
Well,
pretty much
our new high school squad, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's still early days.
Still early days, but that's the thing. If you want to get better, you do have to, you know, kind of get the crap beat out of you a bit. Again, all those stuff. Like you're never gonna like be able to beat like Mango if you're playing Smash unless you get your ass kicked by Mango. Like you have to go through those reps and, you know, play against better teams because that's going to help you improve. Looks like, though, we are going to get a glimpse of King's Row as we're going to be going over to Hybrid, so no Suravasa for our second map.
I'd only play against Mango and hope to win after a big Eagles loss.
Yeah, you got to catch him while he's tilted.
Yeah. King's Row, so changing it up a bit. I think definitely could see the Winston comps continue here as it is very strong. It has been seen in Korea a lot. Ash Tracer just gives you the best of both worlds. You have both the flanking and pick possibilities as well as long range, and then you have the coach gun to kind of have that extra spacing. You can keep yourself alive, a little bit of an escape there. And Bob, as we've seen in Japan so far, can be quite a useful delay tool.
Bob has been on a heater today. We've had like 7 Bob kills or something like that. 4 of which all in one fight in that previous set. But here we go. Game is ready. Stage is set. Ravati out to a 1-0 lead. Namekuji Bros with their map pick of King's Row look to try to equalize, tie things up at a 1-1.
Here we go. For some reason, I was waiting for the fan chants. It is going to be Winston Mirror. Looks like here to start. Obviously, Namekuji can swap after seeing what Ravati is running, but they won't necessarily do so. Hofak and Haratun showing the Ash Tracer on the other side, but still Jisoo stubbornly sticking with this Kiriko, which is useful for dive compositions, but this isn't really... It's just a Winston comp. It's not a dive comp. You know, like the key part about the Winston comps is you want to threaten with Winston, and then you want to heal the Winston, then you want to nail the Winston. The enemy team's trying to kill the Winston. So if you can keep your Winston alive with Ana, it's usually better. So I don't hate this for Namekuji, but I do feel like they've somewhat handicapped themselves.
Okay, well, Cecil moving up to try to contest this high ground. Very much swinging around the backside of this point. Anti goes out onto the enemy Winston, and take it down as NXT will get traded out. Solid kill there from the side of Jisoo, but Cecil eventually going to be hounded down as Hofak swings the corner, finds that kill piece, able to trade one back, but Hofak still standing. Finds that elimination and gets the enemy Lucio to boot. This is going to be a bit of a fall apart here from the side of Namekuji as Hofak just collects all the limbs.
When you are running the Winston Mirror, it's also usually pretty good to be able to sleep the Winston, purple the Winston. Well, you know, they got the purple on that one.
Don't worry, Hofak, no one saw that.
Nah. My goat would never make this. He would never make an error. As we're trading Winston health bars again, as Epic is 61% of the way towards that nano, and the Cecil is a bit isolated here. We'll get healed back up.
Looking for the contest here onto the high ground. Whip shot nearly sends him down below, but the Ante will certainly force him to peel back. Jumps over behind the statue, try to stay safe, but Fearful finds an opener, and that's going to be Jisoo taken down. The Cecil now going to be eliminated as Hofak wants his pound of flesh once more. Epic will also be able to collect 2, so now just 2% away, as Hofak will find the final piece.
The Cecil just doesn't have the tools. It's not like he's playing worse than Fearful. I mean, you can see the ult charge is really similar, but he's either having to run away or getting picked after his leaps in because he's getting purpled. Fearful has more healing than he does. Hofak has defender's advantage, and now they have the nano boost.
Nano,
so that's a problem.
They nearly have the rally. Nano can help extend Fearful's life, which goes right out onto him. So you can go ahead and build up towards that primal. Pulse buff from Haratun, able to find enemy Lucio as the cleanup should just about continue. Recall, put Peace forward here onto the point, but it's just such a poor spot to be in. He will be able to find one as a parting gift, but ultimately dies for some additional stagger.
They have the speed boost, right? And they try to get Peace into position to actually threaten Hofak, but he just coach guns onto the high ground, laughs, and then they have to re-engage with the nano boost coming through. It's just super clean here from Ravati. If Peace gets that pick, it's a different story, but so difficult when Coach Gun is up as NyamGaming.
Oh, NyamGaming under fire, lands right in front of NHC. Manages to take him down. The whip coming through. We're now quite a bit of duress. Lucio will eventually fall fearful. Finding that kill. Primal committed here, but Necessal not able to really do much to peel for the rest of the team. The rally as well, just keeping Ravati nice and healthy, as they are continuously held at bay. A minute and 15 seconds now remaining. Swoop around the back. Hobbiton able to find Jizu. NHC will get taken down, but now they lose out on their tank as Hofak with Dynamite comes up with the goods, and Peace will fall.
Starting to look like a full hold here. I mean, they do have double support ultimates coming online, but it's just super clean, the defense here for Ravati so far. Just setting up their redives with Fearful. Defender's advantage plus the extra healing. I mean, I keep harping on it, but it's just so important as here comes Necessal. Will he get purpled again? Jisoo will.
Okay, Jisoo does, but does have the cleanse. Gets in a rush now, going to be invested. Bomb out onto the point from Hofak, looking for some value. Sleep dart here on the Necessal, but NyamGaming's actually with his own bomb taking out Hofak, but Hofak now finds Necessal. Fearful finds Peace, and things are going to continue to spiral with just 30 seconds remaining. They still haven't gotten a single tick here. As Jisoo getting zapped away at, finished off. Fearful finds that elimination, and now they have to reset one last time.
Fearful is just, he's in Goomba land, and Namekuji Brothers are the Goombas. The Slug logo feeling poignant here as we're going to see a swap to Junker Queen. 8 seconds to go.
And Necessal is absolutely destroyed. Nano went out. Pulse Bomb will be able to find one, but Hofak puts down Peace. Into the swap here over onto the Echo. I don't think the touch came in, and it did not, so it is going to be a perfect full hold here from the side of Ravati, not allowing for any ticks whatsoever.
Yeah, the fullest hold. Capture progress is going to sit at 0.0. Somebody call Willy Wonka.
Nobody ever goes in, nobody ever comes out.
This is such an old reference, such an old.
I mentioned it again. I think we had it. It was one of the series. When was that? I forget if it was a Pacific broadcast. I think it was. We had a series and like it was on Circuit Royale, and they just could not exit the second attacker spawn.
What's like what happens when you get a full hold into a full hold like 0-0 Willy Wonka to Willy Wonka? We've like never seen that before. That's the ultimate draw.
I mean, a fuller hold at 0% to force out a draw. It's very rare.
I think NyamGaming's gonna need some good dynamiter if they're gonna get this one. All right, it's gonna be some big dynamite. He's gonna need.
Shout out to Doa.
I think I need Necessal. Oh look, they swapped Ana. Hold up, I didn't even see that. Jisoo's doing it. Okay.
Yeah, they're going for the comp.
He's giving him a fair fight. I like to see that. Hofak's gonna look for a bit of a pop off.
Yeah.
If he actually gets a shot and gets a kill, like,
it's over.
That's the game. So. I appreciate the boosted shot attempt here. They're even going to put NHZ on Zed. NHZ? Where am I? What nationality am I? On the NHZ. I'm American. Onto the Mercy for a second.
Okay, well, shield is raised.
Yeah.
Let's try to soften that up a little bit, but ultimately the peek out. Oh, he's just going to stick with it. He's just, hey, you know what? We need 1 tick. I got 4 minutes. Screw it. I'll play the Widow. Have some fun with it. Icon contest coming through. Fearful, not dissuaded, not forced back. Point now being capped. They're going to have to pull the trigger on this. Okay, the touch does come through. Contest is in. Fearful going to be antied out. Gets taken down, but Hofak strikes, finds one. Elimination there onto the enemy. Ash. Hofak finds another. His Peace will similarly die. And it's right back on, ticking up now on this point. Hofak is just dominating.
That's it.
That'll be it.
That's the map. Nice try from KO, but down he goes. A 2-0 lead for Ravati. And what could be our second 3-0 of OWCS Japan if this momentum continues.
Yeah, looks like no real signs of slowing down. Hofak, he's Hofak. He's insane.
He's the GOAT. And that was their
great as hits can.
Like, that was their map pick, and they got absolutely destroyed.
Yep.
Fully held, 0 ticks, 0% gained, versus essentially a first attack cap to close it out.
Yeah. Yeah.
You hate to see it because Namekuji brothers, I mean, on the first map, there were some signs of life. I think compositional issues they solved, but too late.
Yeah.
And Hofak is just like, forget your comp. I'm not running that anymore. I'm just going to shoot you in the face. And then he ends up getting these crazy kills. Like, he's even getting, like, SMG kills. I don't know, Achilles.
The man's pretty good at the video game when he's playing on hit scan, as we could tell. But yeah, that's the first 2 maps out of the way. And potentially just a full sweep here at the hands of Ravati. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the case. But it's a final map pick here for the side of Namekuji Bros. Are now in a position where they have to pull off the reverse sweep if they want to be able to go ahead and get the win. We'll roll through with some highlights, and then we're going to take a break that's going to be a little bit longer than the map of Kings Row itself. We'll see you guys on the opposite side. Alrighty, we are back and going into map 3 here in our final series of the evening. And it's looking like Ravati might just be running away with the whole set.
Yeah, I think we need to see some big changes here on Namekuji's side. Feels like history is repeating itself of me saying that. But last time I was like, maybe this hog comp isn't going to work. Now I'm just like, oh, maybe you're playing a slightly inferior version of their comp. And then they changed it. But it was a little bit too late. They got full held, so your chances were going to be limited there because they weren't going to be attacking at that same disadvantage. They have attacker's advantage. They can change their comp. You didn't. So, ultimately that's where we were left with. Maybe they'll pick... hybrid. No, we did hybrid. Maybe they'll pick escort rather, and we'll run the Winston comp, but run the Ana, and we'll have a closer game. Maybe they'll just take us to Flashpoint, like we kind of expected Game 2 to look like, and they'll play a different comp.
Could be.
I don't know, but I don't feel like Revati is that much better than them. It's just that they put themselves at some disadvantages compositionally. I do think Ravati is the better team. I think Hofak is the GOAT, but
I think we have to see more. In that kind of like mirror matchup, it is going to be Flashpoint, so Saravasa to come through here for potentially the final map. But yeah, with them not really running the comp at its full strength until after they pivot over to the defending side of Kings Row, it is difficult to say. But right now, it does feel like they're kind of getting dipped across the board in just about every role. There's some nice picks. Like, it feels like Peace is doing some decent work on that Tracer, trying to open up the back line, but as soon as, like, Peace gets one, and the Cecil dies, and, like...
the backline's exposed.
Yeah.
And then Hofak has line of sight. So, Hofak was the Sojourn player last season for Ravati, if you guys didn't watch Stage 1. And he was incredible on Sojourn when that was the meta hit scan. He was able to 1v1 Tracers, he was destroying them, and now he's doing it again here on the Ashe. So
and the Widow.
Which I think was kind of a specifically all we need is one tick. I'm going to see what I can get with this kind of pick. And then he did get those picks. So I think we'll probably see him back on Ashe if we are going to be running that Winston comp. It's Saravasa though, and then OWCS Japan, we sometimes see a little bit of Mauga, a little bit of Ramatra here from time to time. So we'll see what they want to run.
Could also just stick to the Winstons. Why the hell not? Either way, let's find out as we go ahead and get ready to jump into this game. Ravati looking for the 3-0 to round out the evening. Namekuji Bros needing a reverse sweep. Let's see if they can take that first step as we dive into Saravasa and see what their fate is going to be. And for now, it looks like Cecil will be hovering, at least on this Mauga, to start things off.
If you're going to run Mauga, Ashe, Tracer, I do like the Kiriko. I do think that's quite valuable. And I think this comp makes more sense. Different change than what I was calling for, as we will have the Symmetrist to try to get that point priority here.
Ravati's just sticking with the same stuff here.
Yep.
So just going to be the TP forward from both sides.
Let's see if Namekuji can make this one work better with this Kiriko.
We should give a slightly rougher time over to Fearful. So when he dives forward, he can just have that overrun come through, but also play up onto the high ground. You see he does so. It's a little bit of damage. Here's to see how they try to get access to Epic, because that's going to be the real breaking point here for Namekuji. For now, can try to just hover here onto the point. A lot of damage going to be taken there by the side of the Cecil as Hofak similarly falling low. Dynamite going to be lobbed in. Connection here onto a couple different players. Hogtoon going to be taken low, nearly taken down. Same here for Fearful. HP bars in tatters as there's the cleanup onto the support line.
I would say he had a big dynamiter on this one.
There's a pretty big dynamite. As, yep, Fearful not going to be able to exit. Hogtoon only able to find Peace as the one elimination here for the side of Ravati. So already the cap in. Namekuji ticking up to past 15%.
And Peace will be able to rejoin very quickly because he is Tracer.
Fearful. Okay, so they're just going to swap it up. NHC over onto the Lucio. Epic here with the BAP. And then we have the Sigma.
Okay. Not 100% sure if I really am a big fan of this, but can offer you some decent damage output, can block a lot of Necessil's damage to get your line of sight for Hofak. Does lose half of his health right away. Will be healed up.
Smaller Dynamite this time around. It's up onto the high ground. Knows Nuji. And I think the bomb already nearly online, just 30% away, but this is going to be taken down. Arton will open things up. Hofak finds a headshot. Picks up the enemy Ashe. HP bars low here for the remaining players on the side of Namekuji as the cap starts coming through for Ravati.
Yeah, that was a good angle there, but unfortunately the Immortality field was just too valuable for Epic. He takes it out with that follow-up Dynamite, but isn't going to be able to burn anybody down. The Cecil is turned on, and that's the retake. So we're going to go the distance on this first flashpoint. It looks like here as Bob can be used by both squads to fight this out. And Fearful can block a lot of that damage because he can move that photon barrier where he wants it to be. As Necessal's trying to get up here onto the high ground, actually dropping down. Interesting wraparound angle.
I mean, Hofak is able to find the opening frag, and Necessal not going to be able to escape. Push forward here is once again Ravati rushing up, just trying to find some added stagger kills. Intermission will go a little bit wide, so it looks like NyamGaming will be able to stay alive.
It's been so long since I've seen Sigma on this map that I didn't really think about how this would play out on the initial flashpoint, but it really protects Hofak, gives him the best angle he wants to take, and then when Necessal goes in, if he doesn't actually catch anybody, then he doesn't have any utility, he doesn't have any block for Hofak, and if Hofak hits the shots, he's going to pop off, and so he just gets that flank angle.
And Hofak is going to hit the shots.
He's going to hit the shots. He's hitting them right now.
Bob here at the ready, sent down into the corner, trying to slow things up here on the approach. Considered Rush is going to be used. The Bob's going to be focus fired down, so Eugene's able to find that one, but Dynamite forcing him back, and Jisoo going to be taken out as Haratun gets into the back line, finds both supports, finds Eugene's, and Haratun starts to take over the lobby. Overtime now on this opening flashpoint, going to bleed away. Peace, nothing more that he can do here. And Ravati will go ahead and take the first.
Okay, big win here for Ravati. Flashpoint spawn also going to favor them as NHJ is going to be able to get there very quickly on this Lucio as well. Peace has a pulse, so he's trying to catch them on the rotation, but it doesn't look like he's going to find an angle. He's spotted here, so...
NHC, but we knew what you meant.
What did I say?
J.
Oh.
I think you're thinking of like NyamGaming at the same time.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking like Zed and Jed and my Korean, part of my Korean brain activated. NHZ. It's really hard to say Z here. It's Korean. All right.
Overrun coming through, but Accretion, the stable off. Cage fight's going to be invested here from Necessal as the flashpoint unlocks. Sound barrier committed.
Flux is
Finds
huge.
him, but the Flux is absolutely massive, and Hofak's able to go ahead and snipe Nucci's out of the sky. Cleanup continues here as they try to make it happen, but that is a costly fight.
That's a team kill. There we go. I was going to say, Achilles, don't drop it on me. All right. Well, Sound Barrier was great. The Immortality Field buys time, and the Flux just rips them to shreds. Necessal not going to have his ult here. He just swapped for the attempted retake. I mean, Peace is just always looking for these pulse bomb angles because he's successful.
Oh! Out from Hofak, but yeah, it does get taken down. Nucci's a nice angle. Finds the headshot. HP bar is still hovering a little bit low, but Namekuji threatening the cap. Push forward from Haratun, keeps it contested for a brief little moment, but it looks like Namekuji should be able to gain control of this one, especially as Eugene does find that second elimination. So though, playing forward here into the point, Hofak on the return, trying to rejoin in with the rest of the squad. There's Peace, okay. Throws the force back. I'm curious if Fearful went off the side of the map for a reset, or if he took himself down with an M1. I'm guessing the latter is the most likely. Either way, Namekuji do get the flip in their favor.
That they do. Still somewhat of a rocky one. It's not a full, ult advantage or anything like that. So that pick onto Hofak was pretty massive. We'll see if they can make that happen again defensively.
Oh,
nope.
Jisoo. That's a Kitsune Rush out of the equation here.
Oh my god, look at him
go.
go.
We're just shredding. Can't quite confirm the kill, but it might not matter too much as a bit of the supports now getting involved, finding one apiece. Hofak goes ahead, cleans up Kyo, and that's the flip right back into their favor.
He thrives when the team is split. He's like, I've got the support line over here, the tank is trying to go in while I've zoned the supports away. No Kitsune Rush, but the Cecil still goes in. He's like, you fool. And he takes him out. And now, NHZ, Sound Barrier nearly at the ready. We might have a 2-0 on Flashpoint.
I mean, they're taking the fight right now away from the point. Jisoo going to be taken down as the Kitsune Rush gets used. I think it might have been canceled, actually. As that is just going to be them swept under the rug. Looking for the back cap attempt here from Peace, but ultimately he's going to be left to his own devices and taken down by Hofak. So, yep, a 2-0 start, map and match point now in the hands of Ravati.
And they have the ult advantage.
And they don't have to use any of the ults for that fight.
Yes, the Kitsune Rush is shut down. Is that a K-Jax? All right, sorry. It's been a long night. Barrier here at the ready. They have the advantage. If they can identify that, they can just drop it first here. Flashpoint's not going to unlock for 20, so probably want to wait a little bit before they do that. KO is going to be able to match now.
Fearful going in deep, has the primal, built that up so rapidly. The Bob out. Eugene's able to find one, but now he's getting juggled around, pinned to the wall. Fearful able to take him down. Is dangerously low here as Cecil looking for some similar impact. Jumps up over the top, does manage to find Hofak. Fearful for now, sustained. HZ has to escape. Swings out around the wall. Fearful falling. That should be, a forced reset here from the side of Ravati. So opening cap going to go the way of Namekuji.
For a moment, I was scared NHD was just going to drop the ult down to try to win that crazy skirmish, but I think with the numbers advantage that they had, it would have been really tough. But this means Fearful doesn't have his ultimate anymore. I think the Bob much less valuable in trade. Namekuji brothers still in a pretty good spot here to potentially bring this to at least a 4th flashpoint. Let's see what this reapproach for Ravati is going to look like here. They do not have the Ana for their Winston. They're doing the same thing that Namekuji has been doing this whole series. Kitsune Rush should be able to get them onto the point very quickly. Barrier first.
There is out on both sides. Kitsune Rush, though, there from Epic. Pulse Bomb to try to keep them at bay, but Peace able to utilize his. Finds Hofax, an opening kill. Namekuji try to maintain control. This is being focus fired down. A sliver of HP remaining, and Hogden eventually does collect the elimination. The flip now through. Ravati in control as they chase forward, looking for some more, but Fearful ends up getting caught up. Solid kill coming through here from the Lucio. Maybe an opener for Namekuji to get straight back in for a flip of their own.
Yeah, I think they should be able to, but even though they were trading up on kills, they never got full control. And without that backbone, that Cecil dying early, even with Fearful down, they just couldn't actually regain. So they're going to swap over to Junker Queen here. Kitsune Rush advantage is theirs, and they do get onto the point now as Ravati are regrouping. They back away.
Maintain the lead, and Epic's going to fall, and Cecil able to find him. Jisoo tagged him a bit, but he is going to be alive. Left attack, and now Fearful going to be taken down to Cecil, finding a lot of value thus far here on this Junker Queen.
Yeah, pretty huge. Now Hofax isolated, greedy with the flank, and they just collapse onto him and take him out.
And that's the point.
Yeah, that should be the point. I don't really hate Hofax's decision to go over there like that because the fight was basically lost unless he gets some pop off into the backline, but they read him like a book and take him out. 2-1 here now on Flashpoint, as Namekuji brothers will not have point priority. That is going to be Ravati's here with the faster respawns coming through, or just the respawns in general. We're closer to the point.
Alright, rush coming through, but it's going to be Nugene's falling. As Fearful grabs that health pack, but Peace, well, Cecil able to get in on top of Winston. They take him down. Epic at the same time peels off one. The Tracer gone. The support's under fire. As Epic and NHC really start to take over, taking down everybody in the fight.
Very
now
messy.
Unlocked, and yeah, it's messy, but it's a fight win here for Ravati.
Yeah, very messy for Namekuji brothers. After Nugene's goes down, they still commit the Kitsune Rush and try to win the fight with the Junker Queen. Now they're massively behind in terms of ultimates here as well. Because again, the Bob's not that useful. The Pulse Bomb, hopeful at best. Primal with Sound Barrier way larger is speaking of.
Oh, just jumping in, Nugene's going to fall. Epic gets traded out. Peace doing some solid work, finds a second kill and still holds on to this Pulse Bomb. Peace is doing everything. The third elimination as he takes out both the supports, gets rid of Hofax, and yeah, now he's looking to steal this one away and will be able to do so, you would think. Fearful trying to return, but now Autotune going to be gone. Cecil peeling off that back line, keeping Jisoo protected. The flip does come through. Namekuji bros looking alive and well. This Junker Queen swap is very much just injecting some life into them.
And Peace is like, forget your ult economy. I'm just going to get picks here. Gets the first pick, gets the backline kill onto Hofax. Doesn't even use his pulse bombs, just doing it with left clicks. Epic does still have this Kitsune Rush because he died before he could use it on the last fight. The support ult's both online here, but the Cecil can actually heal Deny. That would be massive with this Rampage. See what he gets with it.
Sorry, pull the trigger on him, but he's continuing on his Rampage. Finds another one. That's going to be the ult used from the Cecil. Axe across. Epic going to be taken down. Jisoo nearly traded out. HP bar hovering lower and lower. Comes in. Looks like they will be able to keep him sustained. Axe now connects on to two. Fearful and NHC in a very dangerous position, but Autotune comes swooping through, trying to go to the rescue. Finds the kill here onto Peace, taking him down, trying to trade things back and get them into the driver's seat. It seems like the efforts here are going to pay off. The chase comes in. The Lucio goes down. The flip can now come through here for Ravati. They just lost the lead, but they're going to be able to gain it back.
The Cecil is going to swap over to Doomfist. Wants to be able to have a high-impact team fight here. Ultless, moving into what could be the end of the series. Unfortunately, his Rampage was used during Sound Barrier, so while he got like 3 or 4 purples there, Sound Barrier still withstands the damage.
Jisoo though, Kitsune Rush online. That's the only hope. He's still held. Side-3 slam connecting onto multiple players as the Bob comes through. Hofax desperately trying to disconnect from the fight. Jumps back with a coach gun. Is Fearful, goes in deep, trying to build up towards his primal rage. He's just 8% away. Jisoo, Cecil, Peace, all falling to the wayside though as the overtime starts to bleed down. The retouch comes in, but they just don't have the players for it. It's a solid effort on Saravasa, but ultimately Ravati will get the 3-1 and get the 3-0 in the series overall.
Very close Saravasa, but as you say, Ravati with a 3-0. and they will take the series. Another 3-0 here at OWCS Japan. A lot of close series leading into today. But it looked like maybe this one was going to go to 4. There were certainly some angles for Namekuji brothers, who obviously look like they have a pretty upgraded roster moving into this season. More compositional diversity, we could say that for sure. But, you know, at the end of the day, Ravati has the better DPS line, and I think for the first 2 maps had the better support line. But then that final map, it was very scrappy, very much a really cool Junker Queen swap that worked out initially, but they couldn't manage their ult economy. And when they weren't killing Hofak at the beginning of the fight, when Peace wasn't actually getting those backline kills, they weren't winning them.
I gotta say though, Peace, really strong performance. I'm looking forward to seeing more of him on that Tracer. Just incredible impact to be found. But I mean, yeah, I think that there's obviously more hope for Namekuji in this stage. They're not completely hindered and locked into a specific composition. There is a bit more flexibility there, but we still saw that uncertainty coming through. They finally started to really align the support with the tank that they were playing, but then, as we saw in Saravas and Assistal, just kind of starting to swap around. The Junker Queen, I think if they had landed on that from kind of the beginning against the Winston from Fearful, they would be in a really good position in potentially winning that map, because that looked very much comfortable for him.
Yeah, and then you had the Lijiang start, which was also relatively close. Had they been able to win maybe that one, series could have been extended, but overall, had a bit of a diff in the DPS lineup for most of that series, as well as, you know, the support. It wasn't like a support diff, but compositional diff in that the Ana really helped out quite a bit on King's Row, where they got the full hold into a single tick cap. I voted for Hofak, and it's not because I'm biased. It's just I think he had the highest impact.
Yeah, I think that we will be shocked if we find out that we got outvoted here as we wait for that player of the match to flash up on the screen. But Hofak was just incredible the whole way throughout. The Widowmaker shots from him on King's Row, gorgeous. Some of the Ashe volleys that he was able to come up with were just disgusting. Hofak continues to be very, very good at playing hit scan.
Yeah, so, you know, we talked about this a lot last season when we cast Ravati early on in the season, but Hofak is a Korean player, used to be known as Honey Factory, that's where Hofak comes from, and he's got a lot of experience, he's played for a lot of rosters, and you can just see how experienced he is when you watch his positioning, how he gets line of sight, how he plays around his teammates, how he punishes the enemy hit scan, but also then sometimes finds these angles on support. Like the time he got picked for, I was like, I don't even blame him for this. He knows that the one way they win that team fight is if he actually has some crazy angle and kills the back line. He gets punished, he looks silly in that moment, but the decision making is still crisp, still clean. Very strong player.
That it is, and a very fast series to go ahead and round things out. A little 5-map sandwich in between these 3 zeros, as we got to see, you know, Lazuli, feels like a lifetime ago, Lazuli taking down Telomere in our opening set. So we'll have to keep our eyes on this young upstart high school squad at Telomere, see how they improve.
And we still don't really know much about Lazuli because they beat an amateur team, right? So
yes,
their power level is still relatively unknown as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to take a little while before we are really able to assess what the actual standings are going to be at the end of the season. Feral, of course, still very much going to be in that conversation, despite the fact that they find themselves at 3rd. They played a very close series just yesterday versus Nyam, who was also able to find a very close victory versus MFC. So, I mean,
yeah,
there's a lot more Overwatch to be witnessed to really determine how things are going to look. But for a lot of these teams, they're right back into it, because coming up tomorrow, there's going to be even more games. So we'll have Insomnia going up against Telomere, so another tough test for this high school squad. Then Veril versus Lazuli, which seems like a very interesting series
for first, potentially for at least the end of week 1.
Yep, battle for that first place. And then, of course, for MFC, see if they're going to be able to bounce back and how they're going to square off against Ravati, who does look quite revitalized.
Yeah, I'll be back with my boy G-Clef for some more Japanese Overwatch tomorrow, so I hope you guys will be tuning in with us to get some more drops. I know some drop farmers were a little bit sad that we didn't go the distance on that final series there.
Oh, no.
But you know what? I guess you'll have to be back for more tomorrow, and then Korea on the weekend, Pacific before that on Thursday. It's a lot of OWCS Asia to watch.
It's every day of the week, as it turns out. So, but you know, you should tune in not just for the drops, but for the love of the game
and for the love of the casters.
That's why we're here. But yeah, that's gonna do it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Like he said, he'll be back tomorrow with G-Clef, and then I'll be back in the day after that or whatever to go through Pacific and see how things shake out. But thank you guys for tuning in. We'll catch you next time. Bye.